con il commento com'è la cosa. Vuoi venire qua, vuoi fare due foto, i giocatori entrano, noi stiamo iniziando proprio quest'estate. Va bene. Bene. Solite. Bene, bene, bene. Perfetto, noi possiamo iniziare. Okay.
Allora,
aspetta un attimo.
8. Questi saranno
900.000.
8, aspetta.
800.000.
800. 875.
Salta 8,75 sono 20, 28, 29, 29 e mezzo, 30, così, ti mancano questi più questi qua. Conta quelli, ok.
Questi sono
10, sono 5 milioni, 35,
35, 37.
Yeah. But in this position number 8, we have a small blind on seat 1, big blind on seat 2. Yeah, 244, remember the big blind empty.
Ok.
35, 8 e 75 dovrebbe essere. Più, no, mancava la differenza, sì, 37, 8 e 65.
Cioè ti rendi conto, sono quasi 100 bui ed
No.
è ingiocabile.
No, vabbè, perché sono 100 bui, 75 minuti.
Perché 2, 4.
Signore e signori, buonasera a tutti, benvenuti al Casino Municipale di Sanremo, nel meraviglioso teatro che ci accoglie, una struttura incantevole dal 1905, gioco, divertimento, classe, eleganza. 2022 targato in tutto e per tutto IPO, un torneo non da record, dei record, perché devo dire che è stato un successo clamoroso il main event che ha dapprima superato il precedente record dell'IPO a Sanremo nel 2019 e poi ha superato il record assoluto dell'IPO dell'ottobre 2016. Beh, signori, i numeri sono assolutamente clamorosi. Un prize pool generato di 1.732.777 euro. Numeri veramente impressionanti, 320.000 euro. Incredibile, e ricordiamo 3.762 entries. Adesso siamo pronti a vivere l'atto finale. Vi ho detto è stato il torneo dei record. I side hanno proposto numeri impressionanti, un master che ha praticamente doppiato il precedente record. Qualcosa di unico. L'organizzazione eccezionale di PK Live 360 di Andrea Rocci, Eurounders di Anthony Angeloni e Lele Sgherza, Texas Poker che ci ha ospitato in maniera eccezionale con un'organizzazione di primo piano e lasciatemi ringraziare ovviamente il Tournament Director Alex Anfossi, padrone di casa, che ha lavorato con grande impegno in questi giorni per accogliere tanti giocatori. Ma adesso andiamo a conoscere i giocheranno per una prima moneta da 320.000 euro e per un trofeo che permette di entrare nella storia del poker dalla porta principale. Signore e signori, con il numero 1 la sua posizione, 15.875.000 chip per Alessandro Scermino. Al posto numero 2 il suo stack è di 12.425.000 chip, Giovanni Agliozzo. Al posto numero 3 con 27.425.000 chip, Michele Tocci. Al numero 4 con 37.875.000 chip c'è Federico Fecchio. Al numero 5 7.785.000 chip per Ali Rakhed. Al posto numero 6 con 10.150.000 chip c'è Carlo Andreini. Mi avvicino al trofeo che questi giocatori sognano per lasciare spazio alla loro seduta e accolgo il settimo giocatore con 25.875.000 chip, c'è Sayed Legge. Ringrazia doverosamente il pubblico, perché anche in questo teatro c'è un pubblico che vuole assistere al tavolo finale, ma c'è anche un grande pubblico da casa che ci seguirà su tutte le pagine che proporranno ovviamente la nostra diretta, che avrò il piacere di raccontarvi insieme a Cesare Antonini di Gioco News. E andiamo a salutare l'ottavo partecipante a questo tavolo finale con 17.100.000 chip, c'è Vasil Parandiuk. Bene cari signori, a questo punto i dettagli sono semplici, l'average è 18.810.000, i bui sono 200.000, 400.000, vi dico già che per l'ottavo ci sono 20.000 euro, per il settimo 38.000, per il sesto 55.000, per il quinto 75.000, per il quarto 93.000, per il terzo 130.000, per il secondo 190.000, per il vincitore 320.000 euro, signori. Io vi affido in questo momento all'ottimo dealer che è Marcello Caloro, vi chiedo da parte vostra un grande applauso a lui e a tutto lo staff coordinato da Alex Anfossi. Hanno lavorato alla grandissima per un flusso di giocatori veramente incredibile, ma adesso non è più tempo di parole, di gioco, è tempo di emozioni, è tempo è tempo di sognare questo trofeo. Fatevi un grande applauso, in bocca al lupo e buon divertimento!
Carlo,
Signori, riprendiamo il
ci
gioco
pensavo
dai
prima
43
che io
minuti
comunque
restanti, il bottone rimane congelato al sito numero 8, piccolo buio signor Scermino 200.000, grande buio 400.000, big blindante 400.000.
Andrea. Ah, sì, anche lui, sì, sì. Cioè, è stranissimo,
Signori, bocca al lupo a tutti.
Cioè, 700 persone è strano.
Comment ça se passe pour les cartes? My friend, cartes. Yeah, man, when you get a card, you're gonna always put in the box, okay? Like this? Yeah, in the box just like this.
Okay,
left now it's okay. Yeah, you just wait 2 seconds, after that you can start.
Sì, lo so, è tanto che non ci sono. Aspetta, lui si chiamava, c'era online, si ricordava come si era fatto. Andrea. No, che c'era un po' di negrano.
Sì.
Ma pensa che lui ha qualche IPO, ma aveva anche comprato una quote. Quindi ti ho detto, minchia, se con quel ciucco sei a posto.
There we go. We are underway at the final table. Good luck to everybody. Shortly stacked 19 big blinds. I've got an average of about 35 to 40 big blinds. So, don't think there's going to be any crazy action straight away. My friend Endrick, the legend, just walked through the door. He's on dinner break from the high roller with 11 left, got absolutely chunks. Just going through some settings for the audio on the stream, out of my control. Somebody's just playing around on my computer right now, telling me it's not working.
Yeah, on 7 for dates, call sit 1.
Even though I think it's working, but anyway.
And fold 2. We go heads up.
Jack 8 off, opening in the cutoff. I'm not sure what the blinds are. 950, 750k, 200k, 400k, so open to 950k, quite a big open size, almost a 2.5x. I guess this is one of the chip leaders. He's got around 60 or 70 big blinds, so that's going to put him like second or third on the chip count. So I don't hate opening. I think people are generally going to be quite nitty at a final table like this. Big field, small buy-in. You get a healthy mix of kind of regulars and recreationals in tournaments like this. Gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. For the Queen Jack, we're definitely not going to be folding. Jack 8 off. Nothing but barreling to win. Very interesting turn card. The ace on its own gives a big advantage to Leg, but obviously being the ace of clubs does complete some flushes. Not going to be one he's going to want to barrel an awful lot because the big blind's going to have a lot more combinations of flushes. And the big blind elected to lead with the Queen Jack here with the club, which is interesting. Trying to put a bit of pressure on something like King 10, King 8 suited that doesn't have a club. Some pocket pairs, queens, jacks. Obviously we block those a little bit, but we do block some of the ones with clubs, which is good. We've got a nice bit of equity with the queen of clubs, obviously, and the gut shot still. Not really much for the Jack 8 to do here other than just kind of fold, a little bit of posturing, but seems like a guy that's going to want to win a few pots if he's posturing this much with a red Jack 8. Does find the fold eventually. Pretty standard stuff there. I think in the interest of everybody, maybe don't take a minute with every decision that you have. Obviously some of them are going to be a bit trivial. That's one of the more trivial ones. No club, no nothing. Not looking to bluff with a combo like that. And our man, I'm just trying to learn everybody's names. Alessandro in seat 1 takes that one down. So good start to the final table for him. I'm sure that's gonna release some of the nerves a little bit. Can be nerve-wracking playing at these. I mean, it probably is nerve-wracking for everybody here. Playing for such a huge amount of money. So nice to get a few wins, or even just win one pot towards the start of the final table. Kind of can help you settle the nerves a little bit. Nobody wants to be the first to bust or the first one to lose a pot. Ace 5 off under the gun for the chip leader Federico, and could definitely get on board with an open here. Just being a chip leader gives you kind of free reign to open very widely because all of those middle stacks are so handicapped. They really don't want to be tangling with players that cover them. They don't want to be at risk of elimination potentially during a hand when there are some shorter stacks around and they can kind of make significant money just by folding, especially in a tournament like this where the pay jumps are so big. I'm not sure what 8th place is. I haven't got the payouts to hand, but I'll see if I can get them. I know it was 320 for first and 190 for second, so a huge 130k heads up match, basically a 65k sit and go.
Race 2.550.
King 10 off, opening the cutoff of 30 bigs, and a nice 3-bet here. I'm a fan of this from the small blind, also playing 30 big blinds, really putting the pressure on that wide open. Understanding that the cutoff's going to be folding quite wide when players behind he probably doesn't perceive to be too much of a regular or too much of a very kind of strong player. What he is probably assumed as a recreational player on the button, so he's going to be opening that cutoff range pretty wide. And we got a nice hand there, suited king to attack with. So if we do get peeled by some like pocket pairs or some suited connectors, we have really good equity. We've got nice blockers post flop. We've got a nice suited playable hand, and plus when the big blind, when the cutoff does open, hands like King 10 off, King Jack off, he's going to be faced with a really tough spot pre-flop, and he's just going to end up folding a bunch of those kind of offsuit combinations that have us dominated. So really nice hand choice there. Just got the payouts. Everyone locked up €20,595 at the moment for 8th place. Next pay jump is almost €18,000 up to 38k, so not insignificant at all. You're playing for like what you could easily win a tournament, a €500 tournament for every pay jump, if not more. It's a wild tournament when you get so deep in such a massive field with a big fat top prize. It does get crazy. As we both know. You too, Endrip. Oh, hi. We've both been on some juicy final tables in our time, and it is very, very, very exciting, but can be quite daunting knowing that each mistake is worth tens of thousands of euros in like a €500 buy, and it's kind of crazy. But that's the game. King Jack suited in the cutoff. Very nice hand to open with. Does get it through. Leader in the big blind, staying pretty in line so far. Just looking to have his chip stack take him a few spots up the leaderboard at least, or up the ladder I should say. It is possible to just come out kind of all guns blazing as a chip leader, but at the same time, like, he's already got 95 bigs. There's a couple of kind of much shorter stacks, and probably just wants to take his time getting used to the table, seeing what everybody's doing. Final tables can change people. Some people want to come out fighting for it straight away. Sometimes everybody's being super tight. Gotta see how the land lays, as my friend would say. Dan Ross, that's his favourite. That's Dan Ross's favourite catchphrase. See how the land lies. Absolutely loves it. Anytime we do anything, it's like blah blah blah. We'll see how the land lies. Nine deuce off, not going to make it into the opening range. The name's back. M, seat 3. Michel. Started this final table with about 60 big blinds, so a very healthy stack. Opening King 8 off on the button, seems all fine and standard. He is opening as a chip leader, so chip leader is going to be probably quite aggressive 3-bet in the small blind here, but having the king makes it really nice. It's a good blocker to a lot of 3-bet bluffs, good blocker to some value. And yeah, a pretty playable hand. You can make 2 decent pairs with King 8. It's much stronger than something like King 3 or King 4 offsuit, where your kind of kicker makes second or third pair a lot of the time. King 8 can make like strong second pairs or even top pair. Ace Queen suited in the big blind. 19 bigs, 18.5 bigs, easy jam. Gets it through. Nice little chip up for the short stack. Always feels nice to start the final table strong as a short stack as well. Just get in there and make a couple of hands. Can feel the kind of nervous energy. You can see it a bit looking around the table as well. We got double mask and hood for the chip leader. Everyone wearing a mask, even though all week I feel like people have been taking them off at every opportunity, haven't they? They're like, you have to wear a mask to come into the casino, and then as soon as you get in, everybody just rips them off their face. But yes, people will start to loosen up as the final table progresses and a bit of dynamic starts to build. 1 or 2 people get eliminated. Things definitely start to change. So they can often start slowly, but I have confidence that we'll see some fireworks at some stage. Saeed. I'm not sure how you pronounce this one, so I'm going to go with Saeed. Sorry if that's wrong. John. It's John. It's actually John. It's pronounced John. My mistake. Does reluctantly find the fold under the gun with 5-3 suited. He's absolutely gagging to play hands, this guy. Love it. Love to see it. He's going to be for sure involved in some pots.
Raise 860.
What we got here? No cards just yet.
That's cool.
Cards not on the reader properly. So it's like sweat with. If we get a defend from the big blind or something, it's like the old days of sweat with. No defend. Very, very uninteresting. Would have liked to play one with a mystery hole cards, but 7 deuce in the big blind, so what can you do? So you're going to win 81 bags, are you? Yes. Well then.
E quindi dico, ve lo faccio bene o ve lo faccio male? Senza neanche dare un po' di cazzo. Non so vedere, tanto sto per le 2 minuti dopo o 4 ore dopo.
Ace jack off under the gun for V. What's V for? V is for Vasil. So ace jack off under the gun for Vasil. Very strong hand, very nice blockers. Blockers become much more important at final table, whereas in like Chippy V, you'd open a lot of like 9-8 suited, 7-8 suited type hands here. You're going to be less inclined to open hands like that at the final table and more inclined to take hands that have a good blocker to being free bet or being jammed on, because that's what you're trying to avoid the most at a final table. It's getting it all in pre-flop as a kind of middle or short stack. Already the classic people reluctantly folding hands that are super easy folds, like under the gun opens and the cutoff's just like dwelling for 2 minutes with 7-6 off. It's just like, come on, buddy. Just sucking in the moment, I guess, enjoying the atmosphere. Queen 4 suited for Saeed in the big blind, standard defend. Cover's under the gun player, so he's going to be able to put some pressure on some boards that kind of favour the big blind's range, and under the gun's going to have a relatively like tight face-up range, so it kind of makes it a little somewhat easier to play against, knowing what boards he has to avoid and which ones he can attack a bit more. So he's going for the wide float here with Queen High on the 10-5-5. Got the backdoor flush draw and just thinks, I'm going to win this pot at some stage, but great, absolutely great turn for Vasil. Turns top pair. Obviously he's going to have some concerns about a 5 sometimes, but I think an aggressive player like Saeed's probably going to check raise that a decent amount. A decent amount of 5x on the flop. It's not to say it's not going to be in there at all, but I like his decision to check back. Just allows Saeed's floats to kind of start bluffing the river a bit. Also allows 10x to feel like a little bit more comfortable and potentially pay off a slightly bigger river bet than if they'd just kind of called turn and then folded the river, because if Vasil does go for the triple on this board, his range is going to be really, really strong. It's going to be a lot of overpairs, so 10x is just going to be in like a kind of not too much of a difficult spot by the river. And yeah, Saeed obviously realising, well, I can't win. I've got Queen High. I've come this far. Goes for the 8.8. That must be, okay, yeah, definitely wrong sizing. I was going to say 8.8 million seems a little bit excessive into the 3.5 million pot. Gone for 875k, so around a quarter pot. A little bit different. And yeah, I think Vasil got no option but just to call this one. No sense in raising. Some backdoor flushes did get there. Something like King Queen that floated the flop would be very, very reasonable. That obviously makes a straight. Can have a 5 sometimes, so no sense in folding either. Such a great price. Such a kind of nice that you would expect a kind of harder decision on the river. Decides to raise the river, going for some thin value. Not sure about that raise for value. It seems like we're going to struggle to get called by anything worse, apart from some ace highs, which like which kind of floated the flop, but I think even those are unlikely to pay off a raise on the river, and we really only start getting called by Dan. Dan was in the chat. He just messaged me on Instagram saying, "Got to see how the land lies." Absolutely loves it. Got to see how the land lies. See how the land lies when we get there. Yeah, I think a little bit too thin on the river because we just get ourselves into a tricky situation where we don't really get called by anything worse, and we start to open the door to being bluffed and or just like facing a grim decision against a 5 when he's not going to like bet call the river with a 10 or a jack. Like he's not going to block the river with some ace highs and then call a raise, I don't think. So we're targeting very, very thin there. King Queen O under the gun now for Alessandro, apologies. Starting the hand with just under 50 big blinds, so a very healthy stack. And we are standard open. Again, these hands with the double blockers, ace jack, king, queen, they play much better at final tables, where the stacks are a little bit shorter. Ace 3 suited. Could have gone for a 3-bet there. Makes a pretty good combo. We're not going to have very many combinations of bluffs, so it depends what he's electing to go for. They could be using some kind of ace jack off, king queen off type stuff himself, but the ace 3 suited plays really nice because so much of Under the Gun's opening range is going to be suited aces himself. Like he's going to be opening kind of ace 8 suited, ace 9 suited, ace 10 suited, even ace jack suited in a really grim spot facing the 3-bet. So you get a lot of better hands to fold all the kind of offsuit ones. Worse than ace king. I mean, you might even fold ace queen off to a 3-bet there, honestly, under the gun versus under the gun. So those suited aces make really nice ones. You unblock the pairs which just shove, and then we get an easy fold. Like when he shoves free, it's going to be a lot of kings, queens, and jacks, and ace king obviously. So easy one to get away from, and just has nice equity. Best hands that continue. Couple of hands behind. 10's in the cutoff, playing 20 bigs. Just elects for the flat call as well. 22 big blinds. Obviously, is thinking Under the Gun's a little bit of a kind of tighter player. Doesn't necessarily want to get his 22 bigs in, but I think as the shortest stack, we do want to be trying to get 10's in pre-flop here. Too vulnerable against hands that are going to fold to a jam like this. King, queen, king, jack, queen, jack suited. A lot of kind of ace queen offs are going to be in the bin and probably folding versus a jam, so you get a lot of like equity to fold. And yeah, it's very, very important at a final table like this. But runs into the jacks behind in the small blind of Saeed, who does find the 3-bet. Makes it about 3.6x, 3.7x, which I really like this size because we're somewhat shallow with the 10's behind.
5,950,000 raise on sit one.
Finding the absolute Dom 4-bet under the gun. Queen off. They love it. The Italians are here to play. Thinks that, obviously thinks that Saeed has been very aggressive. Perhaps they've got some history and played a bunch on the tables leading up to the final table, which I would assume is the read to do this because we do have good hand selection. I mean, we block ace king, we block kings, we block queens, so we block some of those top hands that Saeed is going to be 3-bet getting in. But unlike not having an ace is very, very valuable at the final table because there's so many combos of ace king in the pre-flop range that we do want to be blocking more of those aces, ace king, ace queen. 10's able to get away from it
7
with this action, easy fold. And jacks, yeah, we're going to see a flop. Interesting dynamic. Didn't even kind of think about it at all with jacks here. No thought of folding, realize maybe doesn't think Under the Gun is as tight as I expected. There's you never kind of know what the history is between two players.
check 7.
Obviously a very, very long tournament so far, so plenty of hands played against each other. And Alessandro does flop the best hand. Very nice flop for him. He shouldn't be too concerned at all now. I think ace king is going to be all in pre-flop a lot. So not much king x left in Saeed's range. He's going to have some king queen suited himself potentially, but he might not even opt to 3-bet that pre-flop. he's going to be left with a lot of these pairs, queens, jacks, and tens. So often that's just going to be what his range is made up of, like hands that 3-bet and then call a 4-bet are just, you know, the ones that are not good enough to get it in pre-quite. So those pairs and ace-queen suited, realistically. So absolutely great flop for the king-queen. Obviously has the spade as well, some backup equity just in case. Just in case they did have a hand like ace-king. But I mean, ace-king could flat the 4-bet here for sure. So we're not absolutely certain we have the best hand, but it is a very, very good flop. Jack's in a tough spot, but I mean the king high board and a 4-bet pot is one of the worst ones. Like ace high and king high boards are just so bad because the 4-bet range is so value heavy pre-flop. The hands that are technically a bluff are always like ace king, ace queen, and like king queen offsuit, king jack suited, king 10 suited are hands that bluff sometimes. So the king high board just ends up being really, really bad for us. We're like only ahead of ace queen, which doesn't always or even often 4-bet. It's mostly played as like a call versus 3-bet. So yeah, sometimes you just have to accept that the board is really, really bad, and it's the time to get out is on the flop. Let's see what Saeed elects to do here, but I think finding a fold on this flop is nice. I don't think it's ever a particular sign of strength when somebody starts talking on the flop after clearly having a tough decision in like a 4-bet pot. To me, I'd be so happy now if I was under the gun. It kind of takes the mystery out of whether we had the best hand or not.
Te ne scelgo una. Te ne scelgo io una.
Je suis devant, j'en suis sûr. J'en suis sûr, je suis devant.
Deep in the tank. Deep in the tank.
Io lo sapevo.
A man in CH just throwing some of his chips off the table. Onto the floor. Off they go. Didn't want them anyway.
Time.
Time has been called, which I think is pretty justified considering there are two more streets still to come in this hand. And there's been a little bit of tanking from this guy in every hand so far. I think this is reasonable. Does eventually find the fold. A good fold, a good fold.
Scelgo la buona? Scelgo la buona allora?
Sono tutte e due buone.
Buona, buona, il capo.
Vuoi il capo?
Sì, sì, al capo voglio vedere il capo.
Il capo? No, il capo è questo.
Bravo.
Gets instant gratification, gets shown the king. Doesn't have to writhe under the possibility of being bluffed till he sees it on the stream in half an hour.
È bello. È bello.
Very creative hand there from Alessandro. Big fan of seeing stuff like that. Tons of money on the line. He's like, you know what, I'm going for it. Didn't come here to fold. You seem aggressive to me.
Cosa non ho sentito?
Have some of that.
No, ho detto, fai che prendo una carta pure io ogni tanto.
Ah sì, hai ragione.
Posso chiedere il grande buio per favore? Sì.
Ma tu hai già preso al flop. Subito. Je sais pas, mais t'en veux pas. Le 10. Ah ouais, mais j'ai dévalé, j'ai pas vu.
Ace-8 suited under the gun. Expect to see this one being opened. Who do we have in seat to Giovanni? Yeah, Giovanni opens the ace-8 suited. Very good hand to be opening with. Ace-5 suited under the gun +1. Again, another one of those ones that falls into a really nice 3-bet hand selection here. And another one I'm surprised that we didn't get seen taken, because like, the people you want to be 3-betting against are those middle or close to the bottom but not the bottom stacks. The ones who are like super handicapped, and having such a crucial blocker like the ace is really, really important. So I'm surprised we haven't seen either of those suited with aces being 3-bet. That one, particularly with the ace-5 suited, is a really, really nice spot. I would 100% 3-bet that. Because we just get, like I said earlier, we get hands like this one to fold. A hand that has us crushed but cannot continue versus a 3-bet. We have great blocker. We put a bunch of pairs in the bin. And we have a really nice hand in case he does decide to peel against our 3-bet. And yeah, he's like second or third last in chips, so does not want to be busting before those 20 big blind stacks. Is absolutely in the coffin. We've got a mystery hand calling in the small blind. There we go, he's got him to put his cards on the reader now. Hopefully we get to see those in a minute. Ace-7 off in the big blind. I think we probably want to just fold that one pre-flop. Versus an under the gun open, we're going to be dominated so often, and offsuit aces just play so badly multi-way. Especially in an ICM situation. A7 off's literally one of the worst ones. A7, A6. So we'll be folding this one pre-flop.
600 bet 6. Call 8.
Still can't see what Vasil has. Giovanni going for the small c-bet, which I don't think is bad. We get called by some flush draws. We potentially get the small blind to fold some pairs as well, you know, like pocket 5s, pocket 4s, pocket 3s. Even potentially something like 7s with no club, 7s with no heart when the big blind's behind. Giovanni turning a pair, gives him a bit of showdown against those flush draws. He was already ahead of those anyway, but check on turn seems pretty standard. We don't, hard to know what Vasil's line is like here, because obviously we don't know his hand, but we might get to showdown here. Probably just going to go check on the river. We might see something like Jack 10 suited from Vasil, but more likely he has like 6, 7s, 5s, something like that makes sense. Yeah, 7s. So it doesn't fold 7s with no heart on the flop. That's that question answered. Nice pot goes Giovanni's way. Up to 16 million, so about 40 big blinds.
Grande buio.
Jack 9 off under the gun for Michelle. He's probably just going to be folding this one. I mean, definitely going to be folding this one. Chip leader Federico in seat 4. I think the ace-5 off makes a better open, the one he had earlier, because you get better hands in the same hand category to fold behind, like all the ace-7, ace-8, ace-9 offs, all that kind of stuff, ace-10 off, ace-jack off in some positions when you open under the gun. But the queen-9 off gets called by hands that have us dominated, so people are going to flat behind with like queen-jack suited, queen-10, 10, ace-9 suited, king-queen off, king-jack off in the big blind. Sorry, queen-jack off in the big blind. And all the queen 10 offs and stuff like that, queen 9 suited. And yeah, we're going to get flattered by some hands that kind of have us crushed, and we don't really get anything better to fold. Like, yeah, we get some queen 10 and queen jack off to fold in the positions next to us, but we end up in some kind of worse situations. We don't have any blockers to the 3-bet range either. The ace obviously has a very important blocker to 3-bet range and to top of people's range, which is something you want to be looking for when you're choosing your opens, because you don't want to get a 3-bet. Ace-4 suited in the big blind, easy to defend. Off to the flop. 2.9 mil in the pot. Very strong flop for Federico. And I can see Giovanni check calling here, backdoor nut flush draw, ace-5 still being the best hand sometimes. Against the chip leader who's going to be opening pretty wide and probably c-betting this board at 100% frequency or close.
825.
Goes for 825 into 2.9, just over a quarter. Nice sizing.
Cool. 6.
And Giovanni does elect to check call, which I think is good against this size. King of spades on turn doesn't change anything, but kind of favours Federico's range really, because all of his hands that were kind of air that opened early position and bet the flop is going to be something like King 10 with a backdoor, or you know, King 9, King 8. He's going to see bet all of those hands. Going to have Jack 10 sometimes that's turned a straight draw. Kind of just favours his range a lot more, and Giovanni's going to have a lot more kind of ace high, obviously weaker Queen X, because he's going to be defending all those like Queen 3, Queen 4 suited type stuff. 7x definitely in Giovanni's favour, but just, yeah, quick check fold on the turn. Thin value on the turn there from Federico. Not convinced I would be betting the turn. I think we want to check and let some of Giovanni's other floats kind of bluff the river. He can have a king sometimes too as well. He can obviously check call the flop with something like King 10 suited with a backdoor or King Jack suited with a backdoor himself. So I think we want to let those that bricked the turn bluff some rivers. Probably not going to be opening this one.
Pass 4. Pass 5. Pass 6.
Saeed just decided he doesn't care that he's on a massive final table. He's just going to open the Lottie. Going for an open with 8-5 off in the hijack. This is way too wide and definitely not an open. But we'll see what he makes of it. Giovanni giving it some thought in the small blind with king 4 off. Maybe he didn't know it was his go. Seems like looks like somebody who's just realised it was his go after tanking for a while. Michelle in big blind defending with 2 mystery cards. I've asked him to put him on the reader, so. And that's what Saeed's going to make of it. Open 8-5 off, flop trips. Easy as that.
Check 3. 400 bet 6 7.
Good luck. Gets it through. Oh, does not get it through. Off to the turn. Interesting stuff. Michelle obviously going to have ace-x advantage. She's going to pretty much defend all of his offsuit ace-x against the hijack. But also going to have a decent amount of flush draws. So this is a very interesting turn card. Yeah, I was going to say Saeed's definitely going to be continuing here. He goes for the 1/5 pot, which I think is definitely a bit on the small side because we're just allowing ace high. Sorry, we're allowing aces, ace X, ones with or without a heart to get off super cheap, but specifically the ones that do have a heart. Those aces that do have a heart are going to be getting an amazing price here on the turn. Any hand that has a heart, we're giving away a lot of equity for free. Essentially free by betting so small on the turn. Our hand still needs protection. We still want to get value from ace X.
2.5.
Now goes for the bigger bet on the river, which I think we wanted to kind of invert that. We should be going somewhat polar on the turn because we're not going to barrel all of our ace-x on the turn. If we have something like ace-5 suited, we're just going to want to check that back. And a lot of our like middle pairs that had a heart or like a turned 9, if we had like 9-10 of clubs or something like that that raised and c-bet the flop, we're going to want to check those back. And then our betting range is going to want to be a bit more polar. Like some flushes and trips and stuff like that, and our like best ace-x, ace king with a heart, ace queen with a heart, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely would have preferred a bigger bet on the turn, but going for some value now on the river. And I think Michelle's probably going to find a fold with a lot of his ace-x here because he's most of his ace-x, unless he has ace-9 or ace-10, is not going to be chopping even because obviously Saeed's range contains more of that ace king, ace queen, ace jack, strong ace x, whereas Michelle has a lot more kind of ace 5, ace 4, ace 3 kind of stuff like that. So his ace x is not even, his kick is not going to play very often. So Saeed has to be bluffing here for us to just call with a bare ace. And a lot of his hands that would be bluffs are probably going to want to bluff bigger on the turn as well. Like if you had something like King Jack with the King of Hearts, you're going to want to bluff bigger on the turn and start repping flushes. So I think we're probably going to see a fold here on the river. Raise would be pretty fun. That's fine. Fold. Nice fold. Probably did have one of those weaker ace-x hands.
Il a fold des l'as. Il a fold des l'as. Sur As 8-8. As 8-8. J'arrive.
See the stacks there, not much has changed actually since the final table started. These chip stacks are looking very similar. I don't know if any positions have changed either, I don't think so. Still the same blinds, Groundhog Day. So those guys at the top there, when you're, or if somebody else folds and leaves you as kind of the biggest active stack in the hand, you want to be attacking these middle stacks a lot. Kind of people like Giovanni and Vasil and Carlo. I haven't seen anything from Carlo so far. He's our man in seat 8. Seat 6, Carlo. Black hoodie. Or black crew neck. Black crew neck, black mask. Been quiet so far, Carlo. What are you playing at? 8 deuce off, that's what he's playing at. Jacks again now for Saeed. So he does mix it up a bit. Sometimes gets dealt a good hand, sometimes a not so good hand, but either way I'm in. That noise you can hear in the background, they play that every time the level increases in tournaments. They play like a 30-second to 1 minute clip of that song. I can imagine it grows a bit tiring after a while. I mean, I had my headphones on when I was playing, so I didn't hear it so much, but it is shocking. A lot of very quirky behaviours in the Italian thing, I have to say. It was a very interesting stop, different to a lot of places I've been before. A lot of things were not helped by the massive number of players, but yeah, very interesting place, and a funky player pool as well. It's interesting how each place has their own kind of, each country has their own quirks and their own kind of play style. So we've peeled out the small blind with the ace-3 suited, which I think is reasonable. We do cover the opener, so we're going to have a few more opportunities to kind of put the pressure on post-flop. And these obviously suited aces can flop very strong draws. Flopping an ace is good because you're going to be ahead of a lot of pairs that make it into that early position opening range. So do flop a gut shot here, no backdoor flush draw. So obviously peeling one ace high can still be the best hand again, especially against a guy like Sergey, against Saeed as well, who can just be, you know, having 9-6 off, I imagine. Check, check on the turn. Not a great card for either player. Michel might want to turn his hand into a bluff here now. He could potentially get something like an 8 with diamonds to fold. He could get some like 10s, 9s, 7s, 6s to fold. He doesn't block any of those hands. Doesn't block any diamonds. He can get ace 10 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, even just a random ace jack, ace 10 high to fold. So he does get a lot of better stuff to fold here. I like this. He's really strapped for bluffs as well. Like his hands that call the flop are just mostly going to be pocket pairs. Ace high flush draws, which might not necessarily bluff the river. And then he's going to have a lot of like king queen, pocket 5s, pocket 4s. He can have pocket 8s still in this line. He can have some strong king x, king jack, king 10. So I like this bluff. Not left with very many bluffs. He doesn't really want to bluff diamonds. Folds the jacks face up. Great result for Michel there. Nice bluff. Thinking about whether he should show or not. And he decides not to. Good decision not to show, I think. General giving away information for free is not in your favour.
Yeah? You blind? How much?
Deux valets encore. Deux valets, flop 3, turn dame. Deux valets, flop 3, turn dame.
Okay.
J'ai deux valets. Il y en a qui dit. Flop 3, turn dame. Et river 8 qui fait rentrer la quinte. Allez, à l'extérieur. Même s'il me bluffe, je suis obligé de me laisser bluffer. Incroyable.
Still nothing for Carlo yet. Been dealt the burgers so far. Saeed's definitely not going to contemplate folding. He is slowly losing chips though. Came into this final table with 25 million, down to 16 million now. So perhaps should check his aggression a little bit. Hands like this aren't particularly strong opens in an ICM sitting as a middle stack because you're going to get 3-bets so often by capable stacks that have you covered in position, and we get flatted in position a lot. We have to go against the big blind who can have stronger hands that don't necessarily 3-bet. Lots of negatives to this. Just being out of position at a final table, especially playing kind of 30 or 40 big blinds, is a very, very tricky spot to be in, and you are forced into being a bit tighter, especially as those middlers. Aces alert. Goes for the min 3-bet out of the small blind, the I have aces size. Just targeting his man who thinks he's going to be very inelastic against this size and just kind of not fold because it's too good of a price, but this should be absolute alarm bells, to be honest. This is the aces only size. So far, so good. No good flop though for Saeed, so I'm probably not going to see any more action here. I don't see him taking off on a king-king board, although what do I know? Check on the flop. But the trouble is with the check on the flop is that we don't really rep any bluffs. All of our bluffs would just bet the flop because it's such a great flop for us. So if we had something like ace-5 suited or ace-queen or whatever, we would want to bet the flop with those because we just win there and then so often. So when we go check and then start betting the turn, we don't really have very much that's not a pair. Like, we're just going to have queens, jacks, aces a lot. So I think we're better off betting the flop. Then we can check the turn perhaps.
Tu le sais juste un peu avant, avec des coups qui sont passés une demi-heure avant. Pas grave. Il rentre pour elle, c'est quelque chose, il n'y a pas
Saeed with the with the loud side there, perhaps getting a little bit frustrated about not winning any big pots. Ace check suited in the cutoff for Michelle. Still got roughly the same stack he started with the final table with. So not much movement from anybody so far. Saeed the biggest mover for sure. Fives in the big blind.
7 million.
Goes for the shove. I think it's a good play against one of the kind of bigger stacks who's been in a few pots. Seems like he's going to be on the more active side. These pocket fives, you get so much equity out. Where if you just defend, like, you just allow all of the like king 9 that he's opening and 6-7 suited and all that kind of stuff to just get to realize equity for free. And your hand is often best now. You get called by hands that you're ahead of sometimes, like ace jack. You're not going to get called by ace jack, but ace queen, ace king. So you flip quite a lot. Obviously, you're going to be crushed and you're going to get called by pairs sometimes, but getting kind of protection and winning pots pre-flop against a pretty wide opening range. This would be much different than shoving under the gun. Like shoving versus under the gun, if you shove versus under the gun, it's completely different because their range is just so much tighter, but this cut-off range has a lot of wide opens in it, so nice rejam. And yeah, even a hand as strong as ace jack just really in a tough spot, and he's going to end up folding this one because he's probably not shoving ace 10 suited from the big blind. He's probably just defending a hand like that, plays a lot better post flop, a lot easier to continue with on loads of boards, whereas fives is a lot more troublesome. So ace jack just forced to fold because this is going to be ace queen, ace king so much. Still 8 left. Nobody taking the first casualty spot yet. 20,595 euros for everybody. Big pay jump up to 18,000 euros up to 38,000. And then a further 17,000 after that. And then 20k pay jump. Just huge pay jumps for a 500 euro tournament. This whole festival got absolutely insane numbers. By far the busiest stop I've ever been to. They're going to have to do something about their queues though. There were some very big queues for several stages. Whether it's registering a tournament, queuing up to get into a tournament, coming back from breaks, etc. There was just kind of queues that really kill it a bit, which is, and obviously 10-handed, because it's such a big tournament. I can see where they're coming from, but it would be nice to feel valued as players. You know, when you travel to a lot of stops, it would be cool to. Nobody really wants to play 10-handed. Nobody really wants to queue for ages and try and register 1,000 people through 2 or 3 members of staff. It can be a bit frustrating, and so I'd like to see events taking care of players. Carlos first open. Blind versus blind with the King 9 suited. Yeah, and pretty trivial fold versus the shove. Saeed putting his foot down. Does win some chips back. He's going to be happy about that. Maybe give him a bit of confidence to get back involved again.
Si j'avais pas perdu 1,9 million avec ça, ça aurait été le top. Si on n'avait pas trop bête, ça aurait été le top. Ouais, bon. Bon, c'est dommage. J'ai perdu encore 1,9 million. Dommage. Mes rêves de dîner avec toi, c'est éloigné, malheureusement. Pas grave. Vous n'avez pas regardé ta vie? Ah, vous n'avez pas regardé ta vie? Oui, mais j'avais un aspect, c'est tout. Non, je l'ai vu. Tu sais quoi, il est à la 80. T'as compris? Donc, tu fasses quoi?
Hit one fold, hit two fold. Hit four fold.
Pocket fours. Going to be a shove. He would definitely like to fold this one earlier position, but being in the cutoff, you've only got 3 players to get through. Your fours are going to be good enough. You definitely don't love it, and you're praying you don't get called, because obviously you're very vulnerable to any hand that calls is going to have good equity against you, but it does take that one down. It's going to feel good. Queen Jack off for Federico. I definitely think he's going to be opening this one. As the chip leader, he should be looking for as many spots as possible to open wide. And yeah, these These hands are great candidates. This should be in there anyway.
Six four Basta.
So let's find that open to 1.1. Ali with a annoying spot, but I think we just have to fold here. We're not deep enough to peel. It's too weak to jam. So yeah, just gonna have to fold this one, but we'll see. You could definitely shove this one like button versus cut off for this kind of stack size because there's more hands that we get to fold, and kind of more pairs and stuff we flip with that are going to call. But and Carlo finds ace-10 in the cutoff, so a much stronger hand. Obviously, he's blocking far more of the top of Federico's range. Having the ace does also elect to fold, which I think is a good decision. Potentially on the button, he could consider peeling if he thinks that Federico's opening wide enough. He's obviously going to be dominating some of the ace-x that Federico opens. He's got a playable hand in position, but he's still potentially out of position to the button, who's shown himself to be quite a splashy, active player as well. So I like the decision to just fold. It'd be 3-bet or fold. I think a 3-bet would work pretty well there as well versus the chip leader. Chip leader's unlikely to start getting out of line. Chip leader's unlikely to start getting out of line versus a 3-bet, especially from one of the kind of middle stacks. And a monotone board on the turn. No good for Federico, it's got the open ender, but no club. We don't know what Alessandro has, but he's made a nice bet on the turn. Perhaps reading some weakness into the flop check back. Thinks that Federico's going to bet a lot of his hands with a club. Gets it through. So a good start for the final table for Alessandro. I think he's one of the players who's made one of the biggest movements, or the biggest movement in an upward trajectory. Probably just about accounting for Saeed's loss in a roundabout way. Hopefully we'll get the chip counts in a minute. Queen Jack suited. I think I just saw a flash up for Ali. Yeah, and he's playing 16 big blinds now with the blind increase. So now we're at 300, 500, 500. It's just going to be opening this one, I think. I think a limp would be kind of reasonable as well. He could definitely throw in a limp with some kind of aces and kings that he wants to jam against some of the more aggressive players behind, but I think an open is pretty standard. We can get defended by some worse hands in the big blind that we have crushed. No need to shove, it would be very unnecessary. So yeah, Alessandro up to 26 million there, started the final table with about almost just under 16 million. So very nice first level of the final table for him. Ali taking that one down as well, clawing away. He was down to a kind of 13 bigs there for a minute, back up to about 19 big blinds now, which is what he started the final table with as well. So nothing too wild so far, other than Saeed getting a little bit out of line pre-flop a few times in some other spots, but nothing too crazy. It hasn't done him any favours. Down from 25 mil to 15 mil, and then yeah, Alessandro up. That difference really. Michelle very similar stack to what he started with. Giovanni very similar. Everybody else pretty much the same. Nice six-figure score for the top three in a 500 euro tournament. Absolutely crazy. You'd be lucky to win most 500 euro tournaments. You don't often see a 500 euro tournament with 6 figures for first. So to get 6 figures for the top three is absolutely insane. It's crazy how many tournaments there are on the calendar that allow that as well. There's Battle of Malta, there's a couple of them. Like two weeks in a row. You got this one here. You get some at Kings sometimes. Yeah, WPT 500. Crazy. What an opportunity. Another nice hand for Federico under the gun. 10s. Definitely going to be opening this one. Likes to take his time. Old Federico. Up to 1.1 mil again. Oof, queens for Ali. We got some fireworks. 18 big blinds. Facing it under the gun open. I think he's just going to be all in here every single time. No reason to do anything else. Free betting not all in just looks way too strong. We want a bit of protection. We definitely don't want to be flatting with so many players behind. So yeah, good shove. 7's just going to be easy fold. And then 10s, I think we're going to see a call. Queen 3 suited, giving it the tank in the big blind for no reason. Come on, buddy. You got Queen 3 suited. Somebody's all in. There's absolutely no need for this. If you're this person, do not do this. You have Queen in a 3. There is raise and all in. Queen in 3. Cool. Gonna see the bad news. 2 outs. No awesome clubs. Spades no good. Great spot for Ali. Came into this final table as a short stack, so a double up here would be absolutely unbelievable. Puts him right in the mix. Probably 4th or 5th in chips, so this would be huge coming in as a short stack. Life-changing money. Just got to fade the 10. So sick. This is a brutal game sometimes, it really is. Feel for Ali here. Come this far in such a huge tournament, to get it in such an amazing spot. Turns a bit of equity in the gut shot. You can hit a queen or a jack now, 5 outs. Jack one time. For the justice. For the good guys. For everybody's belief in poker, it's a jack on the river. It's a 4 of clubs. That is absolutely brutal for Ali. Going to be absolutely devastated with that one. Great run. Takes home 20k, 20,595 euros, but he is going to be hanging on to that one for a long time to come. Poor guy. GG. 8th place. Not a bad week's work, but yeah, it's a very cool game. That was a very cool way to bust a tournament like this. Really feel for that. I've experienced that a few times myself. Now, a massive chip lead for Federico. Almost second. Almost double second. Absolutely huge chip lead. Going to be feeling pretty good about this spot now. A few short stacks, you can open very, very wide here, put pressure on absolutely everybody. Yeah, amazing spot for him. See how he uses his chip lead. So far, so good. Hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, seems pretty standard. Cool with 10s there. Yeah, seems pretty standard. I mean, I could be convinced it's a fold, but it seems unlikely. So, not doing anything wrong. Just you have to run good sometimes to win tournaments, especially ones with a field like this. Saeed, absolutely not caring. Still opening absolute burgers. Ace-4 off, under the gun +1. 7-handed. See what we got in the big blind. 9-7 off. Probably just gonna. I mean, considering what we saw earlier, he was just folding his kind of offsuit connectors. So yeah, it does just let it go, which I like. I think that's a good decision. Just maintain that chip lead. Don't allow anybody the chance to win pots off you or win chips off you when you have marginal holdings out of position. There's no shame in being, especially as like a big chip leader, there's no shame in being nitty pre-flop because you just don't want to give people the chance to win money off you. Simple as that. You're the one with all the power. Nothing for anybody so far. Ace-2 softness full blind for the chip leader. Comes in for the open. Looks like 1.4 mil. 1.3 mil. 9-7 suited in the big blind for Carlo. Definitely going to defend this one in position. Very, very playable hand. Can flop very well. Easy to continue on a lot of boards. Not going to be dominated super often. Unlikely that Federico is going to be raising like 10-9 or you know, like King-7 suited. A lot of those hands are going to kind of limp at this stat depth quite a lot. He's going to use some like offsuit King-4 and it's going to be Ace-X a lot. So these hands that aren't dominated often obviously make great defense. Be decent flop for Carlo. Flop second pair. I was going to say he might decide to check this one back because he wants to just spot control a bit. Wants to get to showdown. Doesn't want to get check raised on such a kind of draw heavy board. It makes it really, really tough spot if we get check raised. So I like the option to check back. Federico picks up the nut flush draw on the turn. And the king obviously massively favouring his range as well. Carlo going to be shoving some of his stronger king X pre-flop, king queen, king jack suited, stuff like that's probably going to be shoving versus chip leader open. So this is a really, really good turn for us to start betting. Obviously we've got the equity, but we just have a big range advantage when the flop goes check check. Don't see Carlo folding to one bet though. Nice, I like this bet size. Put some of those weaker pairs like this hand exactly, just already feeling the pressure. Does just fold on the turn. I think this is a little on the nitty side. Versus the chip leader, like sometimes you just have to assume that they're going to be betting their range advantage, and like obviously the king is a great turn, but it's a bit too weak to just go folding around a pair because you're being, if you're folding a seven, you're probably folding an 8-2 because it's unlikely that he takes this kind of 60% pot size on the turn with an eight that can, with an eight when the flush completes. So. If you're folding a seven, you're kind of folding an eight as well, and then you're not going to continue your draws that don't have a club, so you're really starting to narrow your range quite a lot and probably not defend enough, because then that allows Federico to just bluff at will, basically, knowing if we're folding third pair or effectively second pair there to one bet, then we can just be absolutely exploited by Federico just betting his entire range, because we're basically saying we're only going to defend a king or draws with a club. Ace queen now for Federico on the button. He is also picking up the hands to go with the chip lead. So, I mean, everything is coming up roses for him right now. He's going to be absolutely loving this. Just looks down at a premium every two hands. Opens to 1.1. Carlo folding the 10-8 suited in the small blind. I think it's pretty standard. And yeah, I was going to say, there's no way. There's no way Saeed folded this. The graphics said fold for a minute. 1.2, we've made it. Bottom two for Saeed. I keep wanting to call him Sergey, I don't know why. Looks like a Sergey. Bottom two pair, great flop. Ace queen just folding to the tiny stab. 600k he bet. I would definitely be continuing ace queen there. Like, we have two super clean overs. This is just going to be a 9 a lot, or even like 5, 6, 6, 7 hands we're ahead of. Ace deuce, ace 5. I think folding there is a decent bit too tight. Like, just against that size, he's bet 6k into like 2.8. So we're just getting it unreal price. We can have the best hand. Unless he knows something that we don't, that the lead is always 2 pair plus, perhaps. Then obviously we should always fold. Perhaps he's made that read from earlier in the tournament. Who am I to know? Ace 4 off under the gun for Alessandro. Judging by how he's been playing, he's probably going to be folding this one. I did like his king-queen off play earlier. That was very creative and yeah, a nice spot against the right player to be doing it against as well. He did run into like a relatively strong hand, but managed to win the pot anyway. And but yeah, I liked his player choice. 7-8 suited for Michelle. Nice hand off this stack depth. Great one to open. He's got the chip leader on his direct left, which is like, it's not too bad in these positions. It means he's less likely to get 3-bet than if the guy was on like the button or perhaps the small blind. So heads up to the flop. Just going to be a bet and a win for Michelle, I imagine. Going to go something like 700k, 800k on a board like this. don't need to bet big on paired boards at all, especially when we have a lot of the Queen X ourselves. We want to bet a bit less on the 5-5 or 6-6 kind of boards where the big blind has more trips than we do, but Queen is good for us. No other connectivity either, no flush draw, no gut shots or anything. Walk for Alessandro. Seems good. Everybody had the absolute burgers.
Quand il est mort, le mec qui faisait le tournoi, le français, le très bon, était très tranquille, qu'ils avaient 3 gamins, et il est mort sur la route. C'est mon ami, Gaëtan. Les enfants, ils sont toujours chez moi. Ouais, je suis resté, moi. Moi, j'étais à l'hôpital quand il me l'a dit, Cyprien, parce que je suis resté 8 mois à l'hôpital. Un soir, il m'a dit, tu sais qu'il est mort? Il te parle de ça? Ouais. Il m'a laissé. Il est mort et sa fille de 2 ans, il a 4 ans. Ouais.
No callers yet, other than the Queen's versus 10s. That was pretty grim. Saeed keeping it interesting, opening the King Deuce off in the cutoff. Bigger stacks in the small blind, but he does cover the button in the big blind, so that's just like one merit to this play. King's a nice blocker. Going to get defended by some worse hands sometimes. King shallow enough that a king is pretty good on the flop, so I think Giovanni just wants to fold this one, to be honest. Queen 5 off, not a hand you want to be getting involved with when there's short stack. There's a short stack on the button or a similar stack on the button. Even if you're the shortest stack, like you still just don't want to be getting into a spot where you end up flopping a 5 and putting 2 streets in and folding, or being in a lot of difficult spots out of position. Just want to be tightening up, looking for good spots pre-flop. Federico going to be opening this one. I imagine any suited ace is going to be in his opening range. He has been like skipping some spots he could open potentially, but I don't see him skipping this one. Does fold. That's very tight for the chip lead. Like, you just have to be opening hands like this. You just win so much money pre-flop. People have to be much tighter. and there's much less like 3-bet bluffing. You just have a great hand. Like you're just gonna have the best hand sometimes. Ace-6, like we see, it's just a bunch of king deuce off, 7 deuce off. Like there's so much to finding a good spot to defend pre-flop in a final table when you're anybody but the chip leader, that the chip leader just is allowed to go absolutely crazy. I was even going to say the 10-4 suited, he had the hand before, like you could open that. The king-6 off, he has in the hijack, he can open that. But he's definitely taking a very tight approach to this final table so far. Five three suited on the button, on the aggressive side, but he does cover both, I believe. What does the big blind stacks? Yeah, similar stats as the big blind. I think we want to just be folding 5-3 suited this deep against the big blind. I would just open it if they both had like 25 bigs or 20 bigs or something like that, and they're just naturally going to fold a lot pre-flop, but we don't really want to be playing boards this deep, 5 high. King, queen, 3-bet out the small blind. Interesting spot with ace, queen. I think the play is probably not fold. I think the play is to shove off, or like make it 6.5 million just to get it in against the small blind. Shove might even get the button to fold ace king, potentially 50 big blinds deep, ace king offsuit. But it might just be completely unnecessary, so perhaps the 4-bet not all in is better, but fold seems a little bit too tight. Like he should have seen from the stream by now that, or been told that the king 9 suited got 3-bet earlier, small blind versus cutoff. So we definitely should know there's going to be some bluffs in this range, like small blind versus button. It's obviously the one of the widest 3-bets. Sandro giving it a good old think with 5 high. So we started that hand with about 11 million with the king queen. I think I prefer to just shove pre-flop 22 bigs. We have a really strong hand, small blind versus like what we perceive to be a pretty wide button open. So I think I prefer a shove, because we can end up 3-bet folding against a hand like 10s, jacks, 9s sometimes, ace jack suited. Though those hands are going to peel a lot, they are going to shove sometimes, and we're just folding out quite a lot of equity. And when we shove, we can get something like ace jack to potentially fold 22 big blinds, ace 10, almost definitely. A bunch of suited aces and some pairs that will fold then as well. Like if we shove, he maybe folds a hand like 6s. Whereas if we 3-bet quite relatively small, he's probably going to peel them, having 50 big blinds. So yeah, either way, really, I don't think 3-bet not all in is bad by any means. Just think I prefer that with like ace X, ace 4 suited or something, because we get better hands of the same category to fold with that when we 3-bet. And the majority of his button, like a lot of his button opens come from ace high, so unblocking the ace highs that fold is nice with king queen. King jack suited for Alessandro, very nice hand. Queen 10 off on the button for Giovanni. He's going to peel. I think this hand's just a little bit too weak to peel Queen 10 off. Like, I can get behind peeling Queen Jack off. I think Queen 10 off can just be dominated too much by like King 10 off, Ace 10 off, Queen Jack off, all those hands that Alessandro is going to open. And I don't think he's necessarily going to be opening like Queen 9 off or 10-9 off, so we don't really dominate much. Fives in the small blind. Yep, seems like a good peel. Ace 6 off in the big blind, I think, would make an amazing squeeze, but also just a fold. I don't think we definitely don't want to be playing a four-way pot with Ace 6 off in an ICM situation. We're just dominated by opens so much. Absolutely great flop for Michelle. Flop's bottom set. Although it's probably not going to look absolutely great to him, it's going to look a little bit very sketchy indeed. Very connected. He's looking for the board pair. Second pair for Federico, who decides to lead. Which I don't understand with this hand. We have showdown value, and like it can just go check, check, check on a board this wet. We get continued by a bunch of hands that we get into difficult spots against later, like anything with a heart. So many overpairs in the opener's range, so many like suited hands that have a flush, so many connectors that can have straights or two pair, and pocket pairs that can have sets or like be an overpair and a straight draw, or an overpair with a heart. Like this lead just doesn't really make any sense to me. And now he's completely cooled himself. I mean, weirdly, this could even turn out where Michelle ends up folding the best hand because he's like overplaying something for value. If the river's a brick and he just absolutely bombs, Michelle's probably going to think that he has like a flopped flush is far more likely than two pair when we have a set. We're blocking so many two pairs. Don't have any hearts. Don't have any straight blockers. Now the board pair is really bad for Michelle. He's going to think an ace or a six is absolutely amazing. So it's going to be a tricky spot on the river, but it might go check, check. Okay, deuce of hearts on the river is probably going to kill the action. Go check, check. So let's go check, check on the river. Now, Michelle probably going to be wondering what Federico had if he didn't have a straight and he didn't have a flush. And he's going to be very relieved to scoop that one.
Onestamente, perché anche con una doppietta o tutto bravo. Poi se non cade quel lì, cioè, per dire devo
Switching cards.
Io devo farlo però. Ormai la mano lo conduco io, devo farlo.
Payout. There are some payouts. 320,000 euros for first. 190,000 for second. Next out gets 38,000. Then it's like 55. You get the picture.
Sì, però se metti che tu hai preso un
Queen Jack suited on the button for Michelle. He's definitely going to be opening this one.
Bet 1,93.
Very strange hand, that last one from Federico.
1 million.
secondo io ti ho regalato 10.000 anche ti fanno bene. Cioè l'ha regalato, ti ho dato.
Probably just going to be a shove here from Carlo. Defending also reasonable, but I think we're just shallow enough where this hand is too strong. We get so much equity to fold. Like this kind of hand is just going to fold to a shove, which is really good for our exact combo. We just want to take it down with the best hand pre-flop a lot. Also, big stack opening on the button, so shouldn't be too worried about him being super tight. Advantage of defending hands like this is that you end up with some stronger hands on some like ace high boards. Often if you just shove a lot of your ace x pre-flop, then you're going to be pretty capped on ace high boards and it's going to be hard to defend properly. Whereas you also, the ace high boards tend to favour the buttons range a lot after the big blinds doesn't shove, so people are going to be bluffing a lot on ace high boards, so it allows you to just kind of intercept a lot of bluffs. Pretty good board for us for the a7. He can start betting now and he can get like all the other ace highs to fold that are better. He can get, you know, ace jack, assuming they don't have a flush draw, he can get all those ace jack, ace queen, ace kings to fold by betting the turn. Board favours us pretty heavily. We're not going to get raised very often. We can check the river sometimes and win against something like queen jack or jack 10 or flush draws. Leaves us in a tough spot here as well, now facing a bet when we have a gut shot, where we can get better hands to fold. Now we're kind of questioning our decision and what our strategy is going to be. We've got quite a strong hand. Ace high can be the best hand still. We do have that gut shot. So a little bit passive on two opportunities there from Carlo. Needs to perhaps pull the trigger a little bit more there. When you're the short stack, you don't have really much to lose, and he's quite a lot shorter than everybody else now.
Difficile perché corre trovare. Ho sbagliato a non calcolare la possibilità del 7.
Ace 10 now for Federico on the button. Going to be an open. Seems kind of obvious. Maybe some timing tells, because he did take ages to open under the gun earlier, but then he also had 10s and he took ages to open under the gun, but it didn't take long to open there. 10. Oh, I thought we might see Alessandro open that one. He's been on the tighter side. It's probably people are going to think he's been reasonably tight, unless they saw the king queen hand on the stream. That is. Ace 10 suited. Nice open for Giovanni. Nice hand. Keeps himself above water with that one. Around 30 big blinds still. Ali is our shortest stack now. He's on. I'm sorry, Carlo is our shortest stack. He's on around 6 million, 6.5 million now. So like 13 big blinds, getting in towards the danger zone. Followed by Vasil. He's down to about 9 million. Started the final table with 13, but nothing's really happened for either of them so far. Federico up about 12 million since the start. Giovanni finding aces under the gun. Absolutely loving that. Just gotta hope you run into something. Mystery hand so far for Carlo. He's considering it though, and he's been quite in line, you know, not wasting time too much, folding when it's his turn to fold. So could have definitely a genuine decision. Does fold though, we'll never get to know. Ace-6 off in the small blind, no thank you. 7-8 off in the big blind. Yeah, I can see Alessandro defending this one. I think against this short stack opening under the gun, we're probably just supposed to fold this one. Playing 25 bigs, it could lead to some very dicey spots post-flop. 7-8 not really making strong enough hands to stack off with, and yeah, we can be dominated by some of those ace-x opens and absolutely crushed by pairs as well. I don't think Giovanni's going to be getting very out of line, so this is just going to take it down, I think. Great board for Giovanni. There's the payouts. Massive. Massive, massive, massive. All of them. Absolutely chunks of money. All for 500 euros. $1.7 million that's collected. Almost 1.8 million, I think. Expect to see an open here. Saeed in there with the pocket freeze from the cutoff. I think it's pretty. It's okay. It's okay to be in there. Giovanni in the big blind. Okay, 30 big blinds of ace queen, facing the chip leader open. Splashy guy, flat in the cutoff. I think we should be all in here pre-flop. a lot of money in the middle that we're going to win super often. Two of the widest ranges at the table. Great blockers, great equity against hands that call. We're only really crushed by ace king. So yeah, all in pre-flop there. Check. Bet pocket threes. Call ace queen. Call 6-7. Interesting sequence of events on the flop. Check, check. Saeed just going for it here with pocket threes. Thinks I can get them both to fold. What are you going to do about it? Does. Just gets the snap folds from both. Love that. When you know, you know.
Poi dopo la carta lo vedo dopo. Grande buio.
Sono accettato così cerco
Saeed topping up his stack a bit there. Gonna be happy with that one. It's been a while since he won a pot, and he went through a stage of losing a few on the bounce, so should make him feel a bit better. He's been quiet for a couple of hands. Tens under the gun now. Federico just cannot stop picking up opening hands. Good starting hands, just almost every single hand. I can't remember the last one he had to fold. Folded that ace-6 suited under the gun. That was crazy. If you're ever going to find a bunch of hands in a row, final table of a tournament with 600 buy-ins for fast is a good time. Good a time as any. We've upped it now to 1.2 mil. Used to be 1.1, but then inflation happened. Queen Jack suited in the hijack. I imagine we're just going to see a call.
quanto più? 8. No, scusa.
Comes in. Comes in for the min 3 bet in position. Tricky play. Kind of exposes your opponent's range a bit. They're obviously going to 4-bet the strongest hands they have in their range, believing that your range is going to be pretty strong. So you do give them a chance to cap themselves somewhat, control the hand, so to speak. A great flop for Saeed. Flop's top pair, backdoor flush draw, very dry board. Should be pretty confident. He has the best hand here. He's only losing to King Queen. Queen Jack. Sorry, only losing to King Queen and Ace Queen. Both of which he can still have, but
Collisione. Quanto ti ha pagato?
and then Federico just snap folding snap folding tens on the flop. Correct fold, but again, just on the tight side, that like tens is more than good enough to call at least 1 bet on a queen high board against a player who, yeah, he's a little on the strange side.
1, no 50, 6, 7. Fold 8. Fold 1. Fold 2. Fold 3.
Another mystery hand for Saeed. King Jack off feeling a small blind. I think I like that versus this particular player who we know is definitely on the wider side. So we're going to dominate him a lot more than we would somebody who's opening a more traditional range, I guess I could say. Ace Jack off in the big blind, yeah, we're deep with the small blind, so I think appeal is good, but a squeeze would also be good against these two players, because I think Michelle's going to be 3-betting very linear for value. So when he doesn't 3-bet, his range is just going to be that kind of middling, weaker part a lot more, and not really anything stronger. So we don't have to worry about him too much. And then we know that Saeed opens a very wide range, so this would be a great spot to squeeze pre-flop. So a pretty nice run out from Michelle. After he goes check on the turn as well, you can't really be worried about 6x or flushes very much. We expect Saeed to just keep barreling both of those kind of hands, so King Jack should be the effective nuts, and he can also get a lot of value from just King X here. King, Queen, Ace, King, obviously never folding the river, so I expect to see quite a decent bet. Should see something like 4.5 million, perhaps even pot size bet. Looks like 550, 450. 2.7, maybe I've got the chips the wrong way around. Can't comment much on Saeed's decision because we don't know what he's got, so. Pocket eights. Yeah, that one seems like a pretty trivial fold. No spade. Unblock all the kings. 6. He's not going to be peeling 8-6 in the small blind, so you're not blocking anything of any relevance with 2 8s. So yeah, nice fold there. Nice, another nice pot for Michelle. He's had a good start. Added about 10 million to his stack since the start of this final table. Carlo, the short stack now, 12 big blinds. Vasil there with 17 bigs. 2 big stacks. Michelle's clawed back that chip lead. Federico had double his stack not long ago, and now Michelle's actually managed to capture the chip lead by 3 bigs. So very interesting comeback there. And a pairs of stacks there. Couple of 70s, couple of 40s, couple of 10 to 15. Very small free bet from Federico. Could be the aces size again. Can't see either hand now. Interesting. Voluntary random speech play mid-hand. We haven't seen him say a word all final table. Now full mask off and everything. So, sweat with both players. We'll sweat with neither player, actually. We don't get to know any hands during this, so we'll see what we can do. Range versus range. Queen 9 deuce all clubs. Not very much suited stuff in this range for Federico, I wouldn't have thought, other than like ace king suited. Maybe some weird ace-jack suited type stuff that doesn't really know how to play out of position and wants to go for the free bet to fold to a shove. Saeed going to have a lot more flushes. He's going to open a bunch of suited stuff and continue loads of it against the free bet, so flush connects to him a lot more. He's also probably going to have more queen x, king, queen, ace, queen. I don't really see that kind of stuff being in this size 3 bet pre-flop. And what do we have? Ace, king, no club. Yeah, kind of makes sense. Get shown the ace of spades. Could easily be ace, queen. Could easily not be ace, queen. Not really sure about that 3 bet size pre either for Federico. I mean, I am sure. I am sure it's way too small. He wants to be like giving hands incentive to fold when he's out of position. Like you don't have aces or kings. You're not trying to induce action when you have a hand like ace king. You're trying to effectively win pre-flop with a really good bluff that earns you money. And you want your opponent to be incentivized to shove or fold and not really peel when he's in position. So definitely too small there. We want to be going like 3.5 minimum, 3.5 million out of position. Especially versus splashier players who tend to fold less. Queen Jack suited now for Vasil. Finally a hand he can play. He's probably just going to min raise this one. No reason to shove, no reason to fold. Goes for the limp. The way he tossed the chip in though, it's a bit like, you know, not very arm limping aces. Runs into the queens of Michelle. Oh, runs into the queens of Michelle. And then while Michelle's thinking about what to do, Federico goes for the raise to 2 million on the button. Now it creates a very interesting dynamic indeed. Very interesting dynamic. Raised 1.8 million. And Ace King suited for Federico, who's going to go for the 3-bet now. Although I can actually see, like, this is quite a strong action from Michelle to know that you were going to open if folded to then open into that is quite a strong play, especially with a limp under the gun. So I would actually get on board with a peel here from Ace King. The under the gun limp can still be somewhat strong as well. So I would definitely be on board with a call with the Ace King suited because we're very deep and we do not want to be 3-bet folding or 3-bet getting it in pre-flop with Ace King suited. This could lead to some tricky situations. Jack 10 suited. I'm surprised that Saeed didn't dwell over that one a bit more. Jack 10 suited seems like the type of guy that loves a Jack 10 suited. 4.5 million the sizing. I like the sizing, not too big. Still allows room for activities. I think we're just gonna see a call. Do see a call. My stream keeps kind of freezing every now and then, so I get skipped a bit. Good flop for Michelle, but he's not going to be loving it. No heart. Check, he's going to be loving. Snap check back. He should be absolutely loving that. I mean, we might see some aces with a heart checked behind on the flop. But there's going to be a whole lot of ace king in this range that checks back the flop. So starting to go for value now with queens. We might see ace king call once unblocking both flush draws. Ace or a king often going to be really good. Ace or a king can give you a pair that cools another pair if we're betting a turn with something like ace jack of diamonds, ace queen of hearts. Ace king can just call and make a pair on the river against them. Does fold. Nice fold. Easy game. Queen scoops a nice pot. And we are on a break. Back in 10 minutes.
Step. Come si chiama? Eric. Eric. Eric, can I open the deck? Okay. Okay. Shuffle.
Se mi dà l'ok, chiedi io.
Cosa fa lui dietro? Cosa fa lui?
Dirige
Dirige?
l'orchestra.
Abbiamo lui derrière.
Aspetta di sì.
Vorrei un Manfredi in GTD però. Adesso mi lamenterò in direzione.
Ho perso un tratto della azione.
Abbiamo fatto del color up, abbiamo fatto ciprese e color up.
Parte questo, però vedo che ha molto meno chip.
A 41,
Molto meno chip il fatto.
43, 45.
No. Sì, ha perso l'ultima grossa mano. A 2 donne e a Sacapa. Ah, ma aveva chiamato?
Sir,
Non ha chiamato. Ha
Sir.
giocato, lei ha fondato, ho fatto a Sacapa,
Can we
ho
resume?
stato 2 donne.
Just about back.
Se mi gira un pelino, dai, mi gira un po' così, sbaglio? Sì. No, perfetto, io adesso.
Kind of interesting that they don't wait for Michelle to come back before starting the final table. That's a bit crazy to me.
6-1-4. 6-2-4. 6-4-4.
It's just going to be an all-in for Carlo. Suited ace. About 8.5 big blinds. No other play. That is all very tight indeed. Too tight. Especially when he has a huge impact on the big blind stack when he shoves. The big blind can't just call it off with anything. He's going to be in a pretty tough spot. That's very, very tight from Carlo. There's been a couple of spots where he's just been knitting it up too much. That is absolutely one of them. Would have run into the fives. So that's potentially dodged elimination there. But that doesn't mean that you made a good play just because you would have accidentally run into a good part of their range. You want to do what makes you money overall in the long run.
Picture, Rayton, 9.3.
10-7 suited, 10-7 offsuit under the gun open from Giovanni. Either misread on the cards or just wild open for no real reason. This, I don't know what's going on here. No, this must be all wrong. I'm sure we just saw like ace, 8-8 fold and ace fold. The reader must be wrong, surely. I just want to know if he actually does have 10-7 off, because this is the strangest hand ever. This guy's been so tight and now just opening 10-7 off under the gun. I just don't understand what's going on. And then somehow goes runner, makes full house, no fold, snap fold. No snap fold. Wow, he actually does have 10-7. What on earth is happening here? I don't understand that all the like looking over, trying to get live reads. Like, what is going on here? I'm so confused by this hand. Does he really have 10-7 off? No. So he probably had like 10-10 or 7-7. Not 7-7, it can't have been 7-7. So 10-10, King 10, Queen 10. Something wrong with the cards, perhaps. We get a new deck. Because there was a bunch of weird stuff in that hand. Said somebody had red aces and folded and pocket eights. But yeah, did not have 10-7, it seems. Must have been 10s. 10s don't make a very good hero call in that river because you block some hands that would bluff really heavily. Like, all of the bluffs are going to come from Queen 10, King 10, and King Queen. I mean, King Queen might not even bluff because it beats some of the other gut shots, but yeah, they come from the 10x side. So if you have 2 10s on the river, that's really not good. Down to just 8 big blinds, Carlo. 10 big blinds as well for Vasil, and Giovanni getting short now after that hand as well. So 3 very short stacks, and the big stacks should really be looking to take advantage of that by opening very aggressively. I think Michelle has been playing his stack pretty well so far. Federico definitely missed a couple of spots, played some hands a bit weird as well. There's been a mixture of plays at this table. Endrit, my friend, has just made the final table of the high roller. 81,000 euros for first there, so let's go. Cheeky little 5%. Queen deuce suited on the button. I think we're going to fold this one. Having a deuce is annoying. We block like auto folds. It's just not strong enough. When we get called by a range that's way too strong. Yeah, I don't think so. Especially when we're not even the shortest stack. There's a guy with literally 8 big blinds. So this is too much of a risk to be taking, I think. But it does get it through. Like how I hope you watched the final table back, Carlo, but how do you find a fold on the button with a suited ace, but a shove under the gun with 8 high? It just doesn't make any sense. It's so counterintuitive. It's just like completely illogical to shove this hand, but not shove the ace full suited on the button. This is not a shove in the slightest. But the ace four is very much a shove. So yeah, getting a bit mixed up there. Like that hand blocks like folds in everybody's hands because you want them to have like king six or ace six or whatever. It's like hands that are going to fold, or hands that have weak cards in them. The ace four blocks hands that call, and you have equity against pairs that call, and you're ahead of hands like king high suited that call. Like you're ahead of nothing when you get called by 8-6 suited. So you have much less equity versus the range that calls. Plus you've got like 6 players to get it through, and when you're on the button you're shoving into another short stack and only 2 players. I'm baffled by that decision. Again, unless the reader was wrong again, but I don't think it was. They've changed the deck, so it's probably right. Alessandro opening the king 8 suited. We blind 600,000 now. Not sure what Federico has again. Top pair for Alessandro, though. Great board for him. And it's like a board that he's supposed to miss pretty often as well, so really nice to flop top pair on a board like this. Very strong top pair as well. Gets check called. Should be pretty happy about that. It's going to be a lot of straight draws and flush draws in Federico's range. That's an okay turn. Brings more draws. Gives him a pair quite a lot. 7-5. 9-7 is the only straight that got there. Potentially has some 3-4 suited. 7-4 suited perhaps, but 9-7 the main straight. Alessandro going for the barrel again. which I like. Just trying to get called by all those draws, get protection from hands like 10-9, or just hands like King Queen with a heart, or Queen Jack with a heart, a better example because we got the King. So I like this. Yeah, it's going to get called by a lot of worse hands. So many hands that are a pair and a straight draw, pair and a flush draw, bear flush draw. Looks like Federico's contemplating a call. Potentially something to be read into the fact that we're using the small denomination chips to make the call. Potentially signifying the hand is not all that strong. It's going to be like a weak 8 sometimes, or a hand like 6, or maybe a deuce of a flush draw, or 5 of a flush draw. Although those are relatively strong. So it wasn't a deuce of a flush draw. I don't think a flush draw takes so long to call on the turn. I think it's a pretty easy decision. So check on the river. 8-9, yeah. So it's just kind of like a weak 8. King 8 gonna scoop. Nice pot there for Alessandro. Well played. A lot of people would miss that kind of double barrel. They think the 10 card is like a scary card, or a hand is not strong enough to go for value. So nice 2 streets there from him. Alessandro doing a nice job of building his stack up. Up to about 30 million now, maybe a little bit more when he started this final table with 15, so very nice indeed, maybe even a bit more than 30 mil. Giovanni struggling a bit. Saeed back to the stack he started this final table with. We only have one elimination so far. We've played 2 levels, halfway through the 3rd level, so quite a slow pace so far. No major callers either, no like all-in pre situations so far. We do have a couple of short stacks coming up now, so I expect to see one of them getting it in pretty soon. We saw the 8-6 suited under the gun jam, so we're obviously not shy. 4s in the small blind, facing the open from Saeed. I think we're just going to peel here. We're pretty deep, around 40 big blinds deep. Definitely deep enough to try and flop a set. I'm only one player to get it through behind, who's pretty short. Excuse me. Nine, 8, 6. Still the best hand for pocket 4s, but not going to be super easy to continue. I expect we'll see Saeed check a decent amount on a board like this, though. It does hit the big blind, hit the small blinds range a lot. Not a board that we're going to connect with in a meaningful way that often. A set really is our best hand there. We do turn a very nice turn though. Turn the gut shot with a flush draw. Going to get some ace highs to fold. Out of a small blind, we get some of these pairs to fold too, so nice card to bet. And we just got lots of equity as well. We put some weaker hands at a tough spot. Does get it through. Up, peaking now. Saeed with a new biggest stack, 28 million. Very healthy, almost 50 big blinds at this stage. It's quite a deep tournament. I was surprised earlier. I went in and 12 or 13 people left. The average stat was still 40 big blinds. I see you under the gun. What you got, buddy? No good. 5 deuce off. Fold, fold, fold. Federico on the button. Sweat with Saeed for this one. We don't know Federico's hand just yet, but we do know that Saeed has Jack 9 off in the big blind. King 6 deuce, just probably going to be a check bet fold here. Yeah, C-bet does take it down for Federico. And we'll never know.
Vous avez bust du 100, vous avez bust du 100. Vous avez fait le 100. Et ma femme. Et ma femme, elle a...
Jacks for Giovanni. Under the gun +1. He's playing about 12 big blinds here. He elects for the open shove, which I think is fine. Totally fine. We don't really want to min raise a hand as vulnerable as Jacks, risk getting flattered or even going multi-way. We can with like, obviously aces or kings, maybe even queens, but Jacks feels good enough to just shove. Jacks, 10s, 9s. One Jack gone, should we need it? Gets it through. Not a bad result. A massive 320k payout waiting for somebody. One of these guys is going to win it, and the rest of them aren't going to be that disappointed either. I think anybody should be pretty happy at the moment with at least almost 40,000 euros locked up. You can never be too disappointed about making 40 grand for the week. Absolutely not. 8 big blinds for Carlo there, on fumes now. 11 big blinds for Vasil. 14 down the bottom, and then a bit of a gap between the rest of the field. Michelle pulling out a nice lead now, more through Federico kind of leaking it back a little bit than anything else. But also solid play, very solid so far. From Michelle. Definitely navigated the best from what I've seen so far. King 7 off in the cutoff. Again, be super interesting if he takes like this. Just how do we not shove the ace full suited on the button? Could it have been that the cards were wrong? Was it before we changed the deck? Could be, I suppose. We'll go with that. It's a good excuse. But this is wide as well. Cut off 8 bigs, King 7 off. We want better. Straight up, we want better. Does get it through again. Picks up a very valuable 2.5 big blinds. Which when you've got 8 bigs, that's nice. 25% or more of your stack, 30% of your stack. We will take those.
Je failli de pas être là. 2-3 fois, j'ai failli y être. Carrément. Ah, adieu avec toi. Ah, j'ai bien loupé. C'était plus difficile que d'arriver ici. Ça, c'est sûr. Mais déjà, c'était difficile. C'est sûr.
Jack 7 off. Not quite making it. Deuce is in the hijack again somehow, apparently. Even though we were the hijack last hand. So we were the cut off last hand. Oh no, we were the cut off last hand. Ob. This one is like, yeah, I mean, you still don't love it, deuces, but at least we have a pair. At least we have a pair. Does get it through again. Heater alert for Carlo. Takes the, or I should say gives the lowest stack now to somebody else for the first time, over to Giovanni. Down to about 7.7 mil, Carlo on 8 mil, so both of them still very, very short, but crept his way out of that immediate danger zone, out from back over 10 big blinds from 8 he was on a minute ago, so a tiny little bit of breathing room for him. I mean, he's still not comfortable by any means, either of them, but every little helps. Queen Jack off under the gun for Federico. 7-handed elects to fold, which I think I like now. He's no longer the chip leader. So those opens were for the time when he was chip leader. But now there's a few kind of short stacks around. There's a lot of 3-bet jamming stacks. Doesn't have an ace, doesn't have a king. Seems pretty good to me. Raise those suited ones. And now Vasil going for the shove and the cutoff with the ace-3 off. Short stack into chip leader's big blind, also a pretty big stack on the button. I think this is probably a little bit wide as well. 9 big blinds. It might be just about okay, but it's going to be making very, 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 very minimal amounts of money if it's making money. But for 9 bigs, I don't think it can be a complete disaster. Does take that one down. Tops up his stack a little bit as well, back over 10 big blinds. So a few guys out there fighting for the scraps at the moment. Who will be the first to go? Taking your votes now in the chat. Who's next? Will it be one of the shorties, or will it be some big collision elsewhere perhaps? You never know. King Jack suited for Saeed. He's definitely going to be opening. We know he loves an open. King Jack suited is the literal nuts to him, I imagine. We've seen the 8-5 off hijack open earlier, so it doesn't take much to get in there. Queen Jack off in the cutoff for Alessandro. He might elect a 3-bet against Saeed. He does cover him. No, Saeed's been on the more aggressive side, more active side pre-flop, but he does elect to just let it go, which I think is a good decision. No need to get involved at the moment with these 3 short stacks lurking. We can let things play out a little bit. Just gets it through pre. Also never a bad result. Let's have a bit of a cooler deal. Let's spice it up. It's been all quiet so far, just standard stuff. No real danger. Let's have some danger. King Jack suited under the gun. Saeed. Here we go, bit of danger. Bit of danger. Flat from the hijack. From Alessandro with the 10s, which I think is fine. We don't want to go 3-bet getting in 50 bigs or 45 bigs pre-flop with 10s, particularly versus under the gun, so I like the option of flat. 10-5 suited gets out the way in a big blind, getting a decent price, but going to be dominated quite a lot and just wants to let other collisions happen. You're incentivized to fold a lot more at the farm table, obviously. You can make money just from folding. So not much for Saeed, but he does have the king of spades, backdoor straight draw, although Alessandro holding 2 very crucial cards to making a straight, but there is a turn card. Open-ender with a king-high flush draw for Saeed and a set of 10s for Alessandro. Saeed goes for the check again. Alessandro definitely going to be betting this one. Yeah, it does go for what looks like around half pot. 2.3 million into 3.9 or something. And a quick call from Saeed, so Alessandro should be very comfortable at the moment, but he's obviously looking for a brick river. 7 of clubs is a brick. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. Check from Saeed, and we're going to see probably a nice value bet here from Alessandro, probably in the 5 to 6 million range, I would guess. He might not want to go too big though, depends what he's trying to get paid by. He might not think that Saeed has much in the way of Queen X after checking twice, so he could be targeting a 10 more, but yeah, he's gone 4.2 million, about half pot again. I think that's a nice size. Puts 10x in a real tough spot. Something like ace 10 with a spade is kind of like, it's that annoying size. We're a little bit bigger and you kind of sigh folding, but this size is probably going to make quite a few hands indifferent. Obviously King Jack with the spade. Just going to be folding. I don't think it's very credible to have bluffs at this stage that are just going to, it's not just going to like check call, check call the nut flush very often, or a flush of any kind. I think he's going to be betting flop or check raising turn or betting turn or something himself. So we should be pretty confident that 10s are the best hand. And we're just going to see Saeed fold, I think, after a little bit of posturing.
Giro? Basta. Capadone. Capa. Te lo spiego, no problema. Te la dico la mia mano. Capa già con capa di picche. Bravo. Se viene al piccolo.
Good spirit. Shown him both times. Shown him the king when he had the King Queen in the 4-bet pot, shows in a set of tens. Setting it up for the master bluff.
Roi valet avec le roi de pique. Je t'explique, roi valet avec le roi de pique. J'ai tirage plein, tirage flush, il a brelan 10. Imagine je tape. Imagine je tape. Je tape la quinte, invisible. Je tape la quinte invisible, il nous met tout. Scusate, no, io ho parlato della mia mano, no? Non posso parlare. Non posso parlare quanto scusa? 600. Scusa, io parlo della mia mano, non ho chiesto la sua mano.
So down to 7, only 1 elimination so far. Almost 3 hours of play, roughly. Over 3 levels now. Or 3 levels, I should say. I think blinds are going up any minute, but we played 3 full levels and only 1 elimination. When we came in with the shortest stack having 19 bigs. Yeah, it seems reasonable, I guess. It's been quite slow though. No real massive pots so far, other than the queens versus tens all in pre. Nothing too crazy. They started off with a cut-off. Good open. Small blind versus cut-off chip leader. King jack off. Very little in the way of... I mean, we do still definitely have fold equity, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a very tough spot. Very tough. And... yeah, I like a fold this time. I know I've said he's been a bit too tight in a few spots, but I think this one is just about fine to be a fold. I don't think a shove would be terrible, but I do definitely prefer the fold there. I think we're looking just for like an open jam spot. But, you know, it's versus a late position chip leader, big stack opening, so would be reasonable. Top pair. Top pair for Michelle. Again, we don't get to see what Saeed has. Loves to keep it hidden. Michelle should just be going for a small bet here, quarter to a third. Does, and takes it down. Adds to his already somewhat drawn out chip lead. He's added a fair few big blinds between himself and Federico now, pulling out a decent lead. Not much table talk. Everybody focused on the money, perhaps. Sometimes it's easy to kind of drift off a bit, forget how much money you're playing for once you've been playing for like 3 or 4 days. These guys have been playing pretty full on now for the last few days, just multiple hours every day, go home, be excited that you're still in, get some sleep, come back and do it again. So probably, I imagine every now and then they keep kind of going, oh yeah, that's right. I'm playing for absolutely chunks. Sevens on the button, now we're all in. Queen 9 off in the small blind going to be a fold. But we're getting a count for no reason. Like, why do people do this? Is it because they think it, like, gains them respect having tough decisions, or what? Like, this is just complete waste of everybody's time. It's just it's an easy fold. You're never calling 10 big blind shove with Queen 9, and everybody knows that. Just fold. King 10 off, definitely a more difficult decision by a long way. Calls, yeah, I don't hate it at all. Like we're going to actually dominate some stuff. He's going to shove some king nine, king eight suited. He's going to shove worse 10x. So I think this is a reasonable call. We don't love it, but love it a lot more when you see sevens. We're not crushed. Got 2 live cards. It's a fair flip. You don't mind that flop. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. A lot of outs to fade for Vasil. He's going to be looking for something low on the turn. 5 of spades gives Vasil that flush draw to go with the gut shot and the 2 over cards. And it's a 7 on the river. That's going to give Carlo a very valuable double up indeed. He's faded a lot of outs there, managed to hold, and Vasil going to be down to absolute fumes, down to about 1 or 2 big blinds. Got chip counts there, yeah, so just down to 1.5 big blinds for Vasil now, so he's going to be all in with pretty much anything because he's in a small blind as well, so he's got half his stack in already. And we're going +1. Michelle, yeah, gets to open nice and wide here, really wide, because everybody else is basically guaranteed money by folding. They're really not incentivized to be in a collision now when the short stack just has 1 big blind. It's basically going to be all in. Everybody just gets to sit out and wait for the pay jump, really. So queen 3 off in the small blind. Might find a fold, you know. He's got a whole orbit to put his 1 big blind in, and he still gets to win the ante, but no, does put it in. And he's going to be crushed, unfortunately. King 4 off, Alessandro in the big blind. I think he's probably just going to fold. But he does not. Elects to peel. These are kind of weak 1 high card offsuit hands. Ace 6 off, King 4 off. They don't really do well in the multi-way pot. The thing about this one is, at least, is there's a small side pot because the open is bigger than the all-in. So it's a bit more like a heads-up pot. So this is okay, but still, I would just be folding this one. Like, you just don't need to get yourself into this situation when you can just fold and let the board run out. And see somebody eliminated pretty often. It's just going to go check, check. Queen high turning a gut shot, but he probably is not going to want to bet into a kind of a dry side pot. He can just realise equity, a queen or a 9 going to be pretty good as well. Oh, queen 3 hits the 3 on the river for the triple up. Way more than triple up. Quadruple up. Still alive. 4.4 million now. Still alive. Back to like 5 or 6 big blinds. Open under the gun for Michelle. Starting to put the hammer down a bit. Love to see it. We don't get to know what he's got here, but I'd like to think he's opened it up a decent bit. Nobody got nothing. Gets that one through too. Ace-6 off under the gun for Federico. 7-handed, not quite good enough. I think we just want to fold this one. Yeah, it does fold. Queens in the small blind for Giovanni. 10 bigs. Could definitely trap here against the chip leader. I think it would be a really nice play. Shoving also okay. Like we unblock ace highs and king highs, which is where he's going to draw most of his calls from. So we do get called a decent amount, and we do want a little bit of protection. But I like a call and assume that we're going to get shoved on quite a lot when there's a shorter stack than us. Like we want to open ourselves up to being punished, so to speak. But he goes for the non-all-in raise, which is definitely my least favorite option because it just looks insanely nutted, and we're going to make it really hard to get any action, I think. See what Michelle finds, or maybe not. Finds the fold. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ace Queen suited now for Carlo, fresh off a double up. He's going to be opening this one. And a shorty all in with the same hand. Very boring. Ooh, and a rejam on the button from Giovanni, but we don't know what with. This changes things big time. I expect we might see Carlo fold now. This button all in is going to be pretty strong with an open and a call behind. And then a shove with no fold equity. It's just not very many big blinds, that's the problem. The biggest stack is only 12 bigs. There's a side pot between him and Giovanni too. This is a super rough spot. We might see, yeah, we'll probably see him go with it, I guess. Seems like our hand's just too good, and it's not enough chips to fold. We can be crushing the 3.5 big blind stack, flipping so much and also crushing sometimes. I think Giovanni still might go with like ace jack suited, king queen suited. Obviously jacks, tens, nines, even pocket eights potentially. So this is a very, very grim spot, but we'll see what Harlow decides to do. Tough spot indeed.
Quanto ha dato?
7 milioni in fra.
7 milioni e 3.
Folds, does fun fold. Really interesting one. I mean, Sage just has an easy fold. King high, never good. Looks like jacks, maybe? Jacks. So yeah, the other ace queen kind of flipping against that, but maybe he thinks too many of his outs are going to be gone in the call and the small stack all in, so we shall see. Good flop so far for Giovanni, and we know that ace and the queen are dead. Diamond would make things interesting. That's a very interesting one. King of diamonds. Royal draw still on. No jack of diamonds in Giovanni's hand. That's a great card. I don't know why Vasil's shaking his head, because that's one of the best turns there is. Boom. Royal flush. What a way to double up. Jack of diamonds on the river. What a comeback. 1.5 big. Suddenly we're back in the game. 11 million chips in the stack. Almost 20 big blinds. Massive comeback.
Tutti i mossi che so. Mi sono alzato, poi mi sono lamentato. Adesso l'ho capito.
Wow. Happy days.
Bella questa. Tutti quei cazzo di colpi che ho perso.
Huge comeback. Up from 900k or something just a couple of hands ago up to 11 million. Anything can really happen in this game. I was playing a tournament recently. On day 2, blinds were 10k, 20k. Lost a massive pot. Went down to 60k. 3 big blinds. 45 minutes later, I had 2 million. It can happen at any time.
fatta, penso. Io brindavo e ho fatto. Allora non sei sfortunato. Se ne hai fatte parecchie non sei sfortunato. No, io brindavo parecchio.
King 10 off under the gun.
6-7 racer, 1.4, 8-4.
Saeed coming in for the open. Didn't expect anything else from him. Loves an open.
6-3-4, 6-4-4, 6-6-4.
Avevo 700. Sì, lo sappiamo tutti. Per me, perché non ci posso credere. Noi sì, abbiamo visto, ma cammini anche sull'acqua. Ogni tanto. Sì, tu sei uno di quelli che sa camminare. Sai perché? Perché sei risultato. Quello non può essere vero, io ce l'ho specchio a casa. Io adesso me ne invento qualcuno. No, il butto per terra. Il butto per terra.
1-4. 6-4-4, 6-6-4.
Yes, Michelle really opening it up now and getting a fold from sixes on the button apparently, which might be a misrepresentation of the cards, but it would be a pretty tight fold playing around 40 big blinds against the chip leader. Like, we got a pretty easy call in position in my opinion. Very strong hand to be set mining with. We can win at showdown with just a pair a decent amount, so that seems on the tighter side if true. Saeed wondering what to do in the big blind with his king 7 off. I think we see him peel.
No, sai perché? Ti dico la verità, perché ho visto un pacco di monster.
Top pair for
7 check.
Michelle, so decent flop for him. Not much going on for Saeed either, so probably C-bet's going to take this one down.
6-7 call.
Loves a float. Absolutely complete airball float, just a random backdoor straight draw.
6-7 check.
Does turn a pair, but Michelle picking up the open ender to go along with top pair. I think he's going to be pretty happy barreling this one against a player as wide as Saeed, although he might elect to just check and allow him to bluff some rivers. But I mean, he's blocking two of the straights that turn the 5-3, the 8-5, blocking both of those straights. Does have the equity to go with it. Does elect to just check back the turn. Get a bet. It's going to be a snap call on the river.
1.5. Check. Hey.
Saeed shaking his head as if to say, oh my god, I can't believe I lost his hand when he's check called the flop with king high out of position.
Il a open avec valet 5. Il a open avec valet 5. Allô? Il a open avec valet 5, défendu avec 3-7. Il a fait le valet au flop, j'ai fait le 7 turn, j'ai valu au river à 1,5 million, qui m'a payé le valet 5. Il est ouvert.
Michelle adding again. Again adding to his chip lead. Really opening up the gap now. Commanding lead.
fold. 53 raise up 1.4. Six, seven, fold.
King 5 off now in the hijack. Nice open again. Well played, Michelle.
Six, two, fold. 6, 3, fold. 6, 4, fold. 6, 6, fold. 6, 7, raise up. 6, 1, fold.
6-4 off open on the button from Sergey. Very wide, far too wide. This is not a hand that you want to be opening. This is many reverse implied odds with a hand like this. You just don't hit enough boards. You're dominated super often. Like everything better defends, everything worse folds. We don't ever have really very good blockers to be bluffing with. This is just a button open from him.
7, but 9. 900, yes. 6, 1, fold.
Easy call for Alessandro. Top pair. And not even a club for
1, check.
Saeed. Check, check on the turn.
1,000,000.6.
Don't think we necessarily want to bet this on the river against a splashy player. Like Jack 10 did get there. There's not very much worse that can call us off. Maybe perhaps a 9 sometimes, but I think we want to just check this one and potentially let him turn something else into a bluff every now and then. And just go to showdown. He has far more stuff that missed than worse stuff that can call. That's the fold.
Fold. Mostra passo di picca.
Attends, peux pas. Je tape pas les boards. Je tape pas, eux, ils le tapent tout le temps. Comment tu veux faire? Comment tu veux faire?
6, 3, fold. 6, 4, fold. 6, 6, fold.
2,5
Queen 8 suited in the cutoff for Saeed. Going to be opening this one. That looks massive. 3 million. Opens to 6x. 5x. And ace 10 suited all in the big blind for Giovanni. So he was trying to put the big blind in, but I mean a min raise does the same, and then you just reduce your risk versus the two players behind. There's no reason to put the extra 3 or 4 big blinds in versus the other two players when we don't have a hand that's going to get it in. So Giovanni is the favourite here, but that's poker. We all know that it might not necessarily be that way after we've dealt the board.
Good luck, my friend. T'as mis ta cœur, la banette. Boum, on a tapé déjà le 10 direct. Non, je fais le cœur, alors, non. Oh là là, le 9 et la dame, le 9 et la dame.
9 or a queen. If we can dodge a 9 or a queen, then Giovanni is going to stay alive. Ooh, 9 on the river. Saeed gets the job done. So an unfortunate 8th place there for Giovanni. He was kind of looking like he was locked up a locked up a ladder after Vasil was down to his 1.5 big blinds, but was not to be. And that's going to take us down to 6th. So 38,000 euros for Giovanni. And next payout now 55,000 euros. Everybody guaranteed 55,000 euros. So a very healthy payday. 110 buy-ins now. Getting real juicy.
C'est pas méchant ce que je dis, je veux dire. Non, je t'ai dit, c'est malade. Merci mon gros, tu m'as dit boxe, ouais, je boxe. Vous allez finir en garde à vue à Sanremo. D'accord, ciao poto, à bientôt. Ouais, t'inquiète. Si on... Bella e Generosa, poi fortunato. Come si chiama? Porta
Pocket 3s for Saeed. Ace-8 off in the big blind for Alessandro. Sorry, on the button. Goes for the call. Very interesting. I think our hand's a bit too weak to call. I would like it as a 3-bet for sure. Covering, putting pressure on the middle stack with some shorter stacks still in. But ace-8 off doesn't play super well as a call when the big blind can overcall and we go multi-way. We're kind of... It's not amazing on ace-high boards. And the offsuit doesn't allow us to continue very many flops, so... yeah, I would prefer a 3-bet or a fold pre-flop, but... Does flop the best hand. Four on the turn gives Michelle a pair. No flush draw for him though, so probably just going to be checking this one. Saeed going for the bet on the king. Oh, sorry, on the 4. No spade, just going for the pure bluff, trying to get some pairs to fold. Alessandro now. Alessandro with third pair on that 8 high flush draw again, just like so. He's got himself into this situation, tricky spot, facing a bet with a hand that's neither here nor there. Makes the call. Refuge of all bricks on the river. Goes check, check. Alessandro going to win with his 8.
Paire de 3 open, payé par la suite, payé par je sais pas quoi. Il m'a fait une...
So he telling his friends the hand, acting again hard done by, even though the line was not great.
Touche tout, ça touche tout. Ça touche tout. Allez, 9. Allez, 9. Laisse-moi pleurer. Lui, il m'a dit il faut pleurer. Deve piangere. Lasciami piangere. Ah. Il est où mon rush? Non voleva me lasciare questo piatto, no? Non voleva me lasciare? No? Mi ha fatto controllo con l'8, sono 10k tutto. Non voleva me lasciare? Ah, no, sei gentile, io pensavo che... Guarda, 16 milioni.
Queen jack off. No surprise, we're opening that.
Regarde, je voulais roi valet, folle. Capajac. À la télévision. Tu veux de quoi?
Another nice hand being folded by Federico there in a big blind. He just seems to content to just fold everything. Like King Deuce suited is a great hand to defend, especially against an active player like Saeed. King Deuce, we can flop the nut flush, we can flop top pair, like flopping a king is very good. We're suddenly ahead of a bunch of other pairs. Obviously we can just flop flush draws and have good continues, but decides it's not for him.
Però che vicini tranquilli che abbiamo. I bu minchia, tanto sanno che perdono e vanno via.
Opening the king nine off. I mean, everybody else is being somewhat tight, passive / in line. So this strategy of opening a lot is probably not the worst, but Michelle calls the palm of Queen 5 suited. So it's obviously a little bit suspicious. A bunch of opens happening, so. Bottom pair in the gut shot for Saeed, top pair for Michelle. I think we'll probably see Michelle just play straight forward, go for a bet. He still wants to protect against the straight draws a bit, get value from 10x, king x, some ace king, so he does decide to check back. Saeed loves to just check flop and then bet the turn with no matter what he's got. That's been the strategy almost every hand so far. Yeah, man. Michelle does find the call.
7 bet 1.1.
And the call again.
Copy di 9. Questa copia.
Cue Saeed blow up.
Oh, j'ai open avec roi 9, il a défendu avec dame 5, il est au bouton dame 5, il a tapé encore la dame. J'ai une gutshot à faire. Tomber un peu parce que franchement ça m'agace. Hein. Même dame 5, il joue que la dame, il m'a pris la dame. Moi je tapais le 9. Il y a la quinte affichée, il y a tout, j'ai dû bête 2 barrages.
Saeed just telling his rail the hands every single hand. It's a bit tiresome for everybody else at the table, I imagine, just yelling across to people when he's just kind of dusted it every single hand. Just betting for no reason all the time. But what are you gonna do? And here comes the level increase rave.
Allora, s'il te plaît, sois concentré.
Signore, si sale, prossima mano 400, 800.
Sois concentré, s'il te plaît. Sinon, j'appelle le floor et
Dis au Flore qui me donne la pénalité.
il peut te la donner si jamais tu fais.
Questo livello,
No, ultimo
Alla prossima.
livello.
Ancora a livello precedente questa.
Sweet bacon 1.4. 6 fold.
Quanto?
1.400.000. 7 call. Set up.
Good open. Absolutely crushing. 51 mil. Big blind up to 800k now. Or must be next hand.
7.
And King of Clubs for Saeed. Might see him continue here. We know he likes a wide continue on the flop, so definitely wouldn't be surprised to see the check call.
7 call.
Michelle finding a double barrel.
2.5.
Just trying to get some. I mean, this size doesn't really achieve much other than getting Queen Jack, King Jack to fold. When we block a king, Queen Jack, King Queen, we don't really get flush draws to fold for this size. We don't get a 10 to fold. We maybe get a 4 to fold, but
2-5.
2.5.
Saeed just absolutely loves wasting time.
7 fold.
First finally fold.
Peccato che non l'ho visto prima. Peccato. Peccato che non ho giocato prima con lui. C'est incroyable, je tape pas un bot contre lui, il est ouvert. Oh, il est ouvert. J'arrive 2 secondes. Mais il est ouvert, c'est incroyable. Il me fatigue. Tout autant touché, ça me fatigue. Jamais ça tourne. Il est ouvert, il est ouvert.
Big blind. 700. Hit 1 fold. 3 fold. 6 4 fold. 6 6 fold. 6 7 fold. 6 8 all in.
Few chips for Vasil. He's on around 15 big blinds at the moment. Still the shortest stack. Him and Carlo somewhat close, but I think Vasil much shorter. And our man Saeed also getting short now with these kind of flashy, funky peels that he's been playing. He's been playing a little bit too wide for sure in a couple of spots, and now it's kind of come around to haunt him. He's been up and down with his stack. He's been up and down, but on the downside at the moment.
7 razor. Minimum razor. 1.6.
Yeah, so blinds up now 800k. Saeed opening something on the button. 3-bet jam from Alessandro. Love this. Fold.
6 7 fold.
Nice play from Alessandro so far. He's played a lot of spots nicely. There's only one thing I didn't really like, which was the 5-3 suited open on the button earlier, but other than that, he's absolutely crushed it, and he's pushing a stack up towards Michelle now, only a few big blinds behind, 15 or so. You see we've got 3 short stacks there, so these guys, Saeed, Vasil and Carlo all down on 12 big blinds, so it's going to be a kind of rush for them to not bust. And Fernando as well he's the one kind of almost most of the danger, and he just can't really do anything right now. So with 3 short stacks, it's a disaster if he busts before 3 12 big blind stacks having 28 big blinds, so he just has to be nice and tight. King 7 suited in the hijack for Carlo. We know he likes a wide shove when he gets short. He's played a couple of super wide spots with his short stack earlier. King 7 off in the cutoff and stuff like that, but does find a fold this time. All in for Vasil on the button. Not sure what he has. Threes in the big blind. For Michelle, 12.5 bigs or so. Oh no, 10 bigs. Just under 11 bigs, 10.5. Yeah, it does find the fold with threes, which I like. I think we just don't want to be calling it off there with a commanding chip lead. Keeping the short stack short is good for him. Threes, obviously never crushing anything. Yeah, maybe deuces every now and then, ace deuce suited or whatever, but the large majority of his range we're just flipping with in this. No need to take spots like that where we can just keep them as a short stack. Guaranteed. Don't mind him winning 1 or 2 bigs.
Ti credo che flippiamo.
6 left, everybody locked up 55k, but fighting over that 320k first place.
Sono sincero, poi vedi.
It's 488. Yeah, right.
Allora facciamo pausa tecnica da 5 minuti. Per me va bene. Bisogna chiedere a io avrei...
Floor. 6 fold. 7 raise all in. 8 fold.
All in for Saeed with the ace king. 12 bigs from the hijack. Standard stuff. And no action so far. Nothing for Federico. Saeed gonna take that one down. Ooh, excuse me.
2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3. As 3, As 3. Il n'y a rien, personne n'a connu.
Saeed absolutely milking it. Loves his time under the spotlight here, I think. And it looks like we might be on a break.
Okay, so we're getting back now.
Break time. 5-minute break. Perhaps discussing them.
7 mancante, riprendiamo 400, 300. Marcello sta. Grazie.
We're back. I'm not sure what the break was all about. Whether they were discussing a deal or not.
Reasoning 6-7, 8 for me.
Sevens for Saeed under the gun.
1 pass.
Six-handed, going to be jamming that one all day long.
11 milioni e 900.
Easy. 3 pass.
Ooh, eights in the small blind. I don't know what is going on with Fernando. He just folds absolutely everything with no thought whatsoever. It's like 15 bigs. I don't know if these guys are mates or what. But we've seen him fold a bunch of hands now. Just snap folding stuff with no interest whatsoever. Like that eighth there is very close. And he gets to play like that. He's definitely not shoving as tight as he's supposed to in this spot. I think we're probably supposed to go with it. But he's just folding it like it's absolutely nothing. Like he's just got 7 deuce off.
Good one. Raise 126, 6-3. 4 pass.
1.6 in the cutoff.
Reasoning 6-6.
Michel. All in from the small blind for Carlo. With the nines, he's going to get this one through.
3 pass.
Oh,
C'è la
il a
pendenza.
open 1,6 million. Le mec, il a shove 7 millions. Il n'a pas payé. 5 blindes. Il a 50 millions. Il a 50 millions, ouais. C'est chaud, hein. Ça évolue. Adesso già 2 bouts. Ça évolue di più. Per le frega, 640. È buono. Per uscire una persona per prendere 25 euro. Con 50, quanto hai? 50? 50 milioni? Fai up.
One pass. 3 pass. Pass.
Ace 10 on the button for Carlo. I think he's just going to shove.
Va bene, va bene, va bene.
Less than 15 big blinds. So you're going to count with the ace 4 off.
Circa 11. 11 posizione. 2, 4, 6, 5. pass.
Fold, fold, gets it through.
Reasoning 6-4. 6 pass.
And now we're just open shoving the hijack for 25 bigs with ace queen off.
8 pass. 1 pass.
Just gets the snap fold out of the big blind with ace jack off. Some strange hands by Federico is definitely what you would call a field player.
Pass. 6 pass. Reasoning 6-7.
Ace jack off in the cut off for Saeed, it's all in, 15 bigs. Getting it through so far, unless Michelle has anything in the big blind, which he does not.
Là, je chauffe. As-valet. Pardon? Hein? Si, laisse. Ça change de ma langue. Je crois que t'es EPT. Ok, regarde.
Abbiate pazienza.
No, non problema.
Abbiate pazienza.
Non problema.
Pensavo di essere.
Carlo temporarily daydreaming, I think, there, not realising it was his go, but got there in the end.
Reasoning 6-8.
Ace 8 offsuit in the cut off,
1 pass.
all in for
3 pass.
Vasil. Into the big blind of Federico is probably a pretty good person to be jamming into, because we've seen him fold absolutely everything so far. So, I mean, the hand choice led us to shove, but it's just an extra bonus off the spot. So they all had 12 before, and they're all chipped up a little bit. 15, 15, 17 big. So closing the gap towards Fernando in the middle. Fernando's kind of folding his way down into the rest of the pack. So I get very interesting. Alessandro and Michelle just both putting out decent lead over everybody else. We're going for the king 3 suited under the gun open off 18 bigs. Queens for Michelle on the button. I think he's definitely just going to go for a small free bet here against Saeed. He's been very splashy. I don't think he necessarily wants to jam. Playing 25 bigs with the big blind. He might have let to just jam, I suppose. Covering all the blinds. Yeah. Goes for the shove. Gets it through. Opposite of Robin Hood.
Je suis en train de UTG et il m'a mis ta à la main le chatard. Hein? Quoi? Pas compris. Ah, serre, j'ai envie de les monter, que je boxe un peu, quoi, parce que ça me fatigue. C'est un truc de fou, quand même. C'est n'importe quoi, au lieu de mettre à 5 blindes d'un mètre, il les a pas mis. Ça me rend fou.
Fernando with the offsuit king on the button, but don't expect to see him VPip. 6-4 from the small round for Carlo. He might limp here, but Saeed's such an active player that you kind of feel like you're going to get squeezed or shoved on more than is average, and our hand just doesn't really hold up very well to that, so I'm okay with a fold. Does fold. Pretty nice hand for Saeed. So we're definitely going to be defending there in some way. Pocket threes in the hijack. For Michelle, definitely going to be opening this one. Goes for the open jam, I like this. 25 big blinds, the biggest stack, just putting maximum pressure on. Big fan of this play. Michelle played very, very well this final table so far. He's all in and called. Ace queen for Saeed, so Saeed at risk. came into this final table as the third biggest stack, but he is now at risk of finishing in 6th place if he can't find an ace or a queen, or some arrangement of Broadway cards giving him a straight. If 3s hold for Michel here, he's just going to be an absolute runaway chip leader with 5 left. Interesting flop, some counterfeit opportunities for Saeed. Pretty good for Michel so far though, he's going to want to see some kind of brick on the turn, 7. Obviously everything gives him counterfeit opportunities further unless it's a deuce. Deuce would be a fun one. Queen on the turn. Queen on the turn for Saeed. Great turn for him and he gets the full double up.
On revient les amis. On va les boxer.
He is obviously excited about that one, and rightly so. 320k up top. You'd be mad not to be excited. So everybody else denied the ladder there. I'm sure a few of you guys were rooting for the pocket 3s.
Back in the business.
Back in business, he says. Good point. Up to 27 million now, over 30 big blinds again.
Allez, on y est mon pote. C'est fini, il m'a fait doubler, c'est fini. Oh là là là, j'en ai trop. Attends, je lui en rends un peu. Tiens, li tono un tocco perché ce ne tocca. Allez, andiamo. Troppo, difficile. Fortunato. Sì, sono fortunato, è vero. Oh, il m'a dit je suis chanceux. Bene, 24, scusa per la mia, un po' con stress, non ho vinto la corpo, non è credibile. Come posso perdere con lei? Ho detto, se vince, va a mas con me, lei e Alex.
So it levels things out a little bit more between Michel and Alessandro. Brings some more to the middle of the pack as well. And we know Saeed's not shy even when he is a middle stack, so could see a decent amount of action now. Still 50 big blinds for Michel. 40 mil, he's got a very healthy stack still. Saeed immediately back in the mix next hand, peels the 8-9 suited on the button. Little does he know he is crushed by Michel's ace-8. But there's a lot of stuff that can happen between now and the river. Heads up to the flop. Seven, 8, 9. Very interesting flop. Really good, all things considered, for Michel. Second pair in the back door, nut flush draw with the ace of spades. Top 2 for Saeed. Very interesting connected board. See how they both proceed. Saeed obviously coming in with a bet, facing the miss C-bet from Michel. Michel definitely going to be just calling here. Deuce of spades in turn to make it interesting. Or an ace, perhaps. 7 of clubs. Very interesting one. Saeed obviously going to be worried about being counterfeited now by some overpairs. Michel not picking up any extra equity, but it's going to help him get to showdown a lot. And I can see this going check, bet call, or check. Saeed might just decide that there's nothing really he can get value from when he has an 8 and a 9. It's really just bluff betting against missed draws or the occasional overpair. But I think Michel's probably just going to go in for a block here. He wants to kind of set his own price on the river, something like 2 million. Doesn't need to go too big, he's just trying to get a call from something a bit weaker. Yeah, it goes for the 1.6 mil. I like that small size.
Je lui ai pris un pot encore. Ah ouais, je lui ai pris au moins 5 millions. Sanremo!
Saeed absolutely loving it here, loving this final table.
Ah, il veut me donner une
He's in
pénalité.
there, in the mix, not scared to get in there and play hands.
C'est une ambiance.
Relaying every single hand to his friends on the rail, just having a great time.
Ok, no problem. Prossima volta. Scusate, pensavo che possiamo vedere un poco, no? Scusate, signore. Arrêtez de m'exciter, il va me mettre pénalité, il m'a dit. Moi, je fais. J'ai 30 millions.
I've got 30 mil, he tells his mates.
Ben, finalement, je suis content que vous soyez là. Ça sert le rail, hein?
All in. 7 fold, 8 fold.
All in from Carlo in the hijack. We don't get to see what he's got just yet. Hopefully he gets his cards back on the scanner, but gets it through anyway.
« 33 700 000. 33 700 000.
Kington suited on the button. Alessandro definitely going to be opening this one.
Big one, raise 1 million point 8.
Michelle King on off in the small blind. I imagine he's just going to pass. He's going to want something suited to be 3-bet bluffing with that deep.
Call, call.
6-5 off defend for Federico. I think this is a little bit wide. Probably just want to be folding this one when we're covered and there's 3 stacks shorter than us. Not quite good enough, 6 high. Offsuit ones just not doing very well. We just don't get to defend enough flops. We're going to flop a lot of gut shots, a lot of backdoor flush draws. Sorry, a lot of gut shots and no backdoor flush draws when you don't have the suited combos. At least the suited ones can flop backdoor and peel, but just not enough good flops for us to continue with 6-5 off.
Proprio andavo da un'altra
Altri luoghi.
belle, però non per questo vlog.
Tipo un 8 e 9 S, 7 e 8.
No, ma erano anche più, sì, più belli, le giocavano meglio, però con quell'asse lì. No, questo stacca e buca, non è questo stacca adesso 8 9 lo buca.
Ah, le butti proprio. Ah, ok.
8 fold. Big one, fold.
10-6 suited on the button for Michelle. I think he should be coming in for an open. Queen Jack off in the small blind for Federico. Probably wants to peel this one. A little too many big blinds to be jamming. Just goes for the fold again. Very, very, very tight indeed. King 9 off defend for Carlo. Really standard stuff so far. Second pair of the backdoor flush draw for Michelle and top gut shot with a jack for Carlo. Goes check on the flop. Quite surprised to see Michelle check back this board. I think it's a board that it's quite neutral, so we're pretty well protected by having a lot of good hands to bet on this board. And we want to deny equity to just some random ace-x, king-x hands with backdoor flush draws, gut shots, open-enders. It's quite a lot to get value from. And the queen is unlikely to check jam. I think if he does, sorry, the only hands that really check jam are a queen, and I don't think we're likely to get check jammed on other than that. So we can be pretty happy like bet folding to a check jam. We don't have a super strong hand. And goes for the delayed c-bet after turning 2 pair and takes it down. Probably would have been able to get value on the flop with that one and then go for 2. But does the job.
No, 3, 4, 3, but
Pocket 3's under the gun for Vasil. Decides to go for the shove 6-handed. I think I'm probably folding this one, to be honest. We want more of a blocker hand. These pocket players play very badly in ICM situations. Having blockers when you shove is much more important. The frequency at which you get called makes a much bigger difference, and those kind of hands have, like, hands with good blockers have similar equity to these kind of hands versus the hands that call a shove. But we just get called less often because we'd have a blocker with the ace or the king. So, bet does go through again.
Sempre 9. Sempre 9 sono.
no, erano 10. Vediamo. 2, 4, 6, 9, 10.
Jack 10 off under the gun for Alessandro. He is the chip leader now. After Michelle lost a few pots, so I think I would like I'd love an open there, 6-handed. Jack 10 off, just being the chip leader, we get to open super wide. All in on the button for Carlo, all in the small blind. Ace 9 off. Saeed got him absolutely crushed. If Carlo can't find a 7 or some kind of chop, then we'll be down to 5 players here.
As-7 chez lui, As-9 chez moi. Allez, il a combien? Ah, il est derrière, il a 10 millions, moi j'en ai 30. Allez, le 9. Ah ouais? Non, premier.
Le 9 c'est ma fétiche, direct le 9.
Allez. Allez. Ah, on mange tous ensemble au resto, hein, si on gagne. C'est suité chez lui ou pas? C'est suité, Asba.
C'est fermé les restos.
Thomas, il est voyant, Thomas. Il est voyant. Ah, on est bien. On est bien, là, Zara.
Backdoor flush draw for Carlo. Spade on turn would make it interesting. Queen, king, putting him closer to a chop, perhaps a board pair.
Allez, mon pote, tu as le
Okay, that makes it very likely to be a chop. 7 or a 9 on the river, the only thing we're not chopping.
Le 2, le 2. Ah,
7 on the river.
brutto colpo, brutto colpo.
Carlo spiking the unlikely river for a very well-timed double up to 22 million. He has getting there at the crucial times in this tournament, up to 22 million now. Almost 30 big blinds.
J'ai pas oublié, j'ai joué mon coup, je suis content. Ah, les cartes, pas lui. N'abusez pas. Ah, non pensavo questo di lei, questo non pensavo. No. T'inquiète, on est là. Mais...
So we're down to 6 still. Short stacks doubling up. Vasil and Carlo both on kind of borrowed time, if you will. Both got it in some unlikely spots and doubled up. And now we're down to the short stack. One short stack instead of, we had kind of 2 or 3 in the mix there for a while, but now we've got one clear shorter stack, which is Vasil, about 12 big blinds.
1 million point 8. 6 for fold, 6 fold. 1 milione e 800.
Did see Syed peel the 8-9 suit earlier, but no, not this time. Instincts. Knew he was going to flop top 2 last time. Knew that Michelle had pocket 9s this time. 3-bet from Alessandro out of the big blinds. It's usually very scary, especially big stack versus bid stack. And we've not seen him be super aggressive so far. I mean, we saw the king queen off 3-bet, but nothing really since then. Big blind versus under the gun, big stack versus big stack. It would be a good spot for a 3-bet bluff, but
Cascazzette split? No. Sì, c'era coppia di 6, 10 fatte.
Coppia di 6? Fanta? E che cosa?
Michelle going for the peel with the nines.
Ha pagato troppo veloce. Un mezzo milione.
Off the stream there for a minute, but I'm back. Doesn't seem to have missed anything. 6-5-5 flop, 2 spades. So pretty great flop for Alessandro. Also a pretty good flop for Michelle. I mean, there's no ace, no king. That's about as good as it gets in a 3-bet pot. Bet and a call. Oh, 9 on the turn. Huge for Michelle. He's going to be absolutely loving this, especially if Alessandro decides to barrel off. It's just so likely he has an overpair. This is so underbluffed, this kind of spot. People will just never ever take in this light with, like, they're never really tripling off here with their kind of ace king, ace queen, and there's not much else in the free bet range pre-flop. So once the second barrel goes in, this is so likely to be an overpair. Michelle just absolutely licking his lips here, like second in chips versus chip leader. Michelle finding the call on the turn obviously seems pretty simple. No reason to do anything else. Ace on the river. Potentially some bit of a savior for Alessandro. I mean, if it was like a 4-3 deuce, even a queen, 10, he's definitely going to be going for value. But the ace river might shut things down because there's going to be obviously some nut flush draws that Michelle calls twice. Ace queen of spades, ace jack of spades, ace 10 of spades. And now super tough spot for Alessandro. He does have the jack of spades though, so that eliminates king jack of spades, queen jack of spades, which are going to be some of the bluffs. It looks like he got away from it.
All in. 6-4 all in. 6-4 7-4.
All in under the gun for 22 bigs.
8 all in.
Federico and Queens on the button for Vasil, so we see an all in the call.
Ho detto no contro Gesù sulle acque, sai?
King gone. Michelle folding the king. And it is Vasil at risk with the queens, but he is a decent favourite, especially with the king gone, 57% favourite. If we see an ace or a king though, we're going to be down to 5 players.
No, sono capo. Ne ha già vinte troppe. Ne ha già vinte veramente troppe.
King high flop. Great flop for Federico, just 2 outs now for Vasil. Unless he can find a queen on the turn on the river, we're going to be down to 5 players in the main event. 10 on the turn, no help. Just a queen or a queen only. Jack on the river, no help. Vasil out in 6th place for, I believe, 55,000 euros. I'm sure we'll get the payouts up in a second. And just like that, we're down to 5 now. Getting very, very juicy. Top 3 all getting a good, solid 6-figure payday. First getting 320k.
Non, non, je vais te dire une chose. À la table, c'est qui a fait sauter tous les joueurs. Qui?
Moi, j'ai pas fait sauter un.
Ah, moi,
alors?
trois.
Oui, mais
Et un et trois.
avec des mains. Moi, j'ai joué, j'ai boxé.
Moi, non, je n'ai pas boxé, j'avais 50 000. J'ai fatigué, les mecs.
Moi aussi, j'ai fatigué. Et là, ils ont sorti quoi?
75,000 now. 75,500. Everybody locked up. Absolutely huge payday. 151 buy-ins for 500 euro tournament. 93k, so as good as 6 figures for 4th as well. And yeah, payout's absolutely massive now. Almost 800,000 euros still left to play for.
Subito è uscito il capa. Subito. Lo so fra lui, la sua vita bella.
Minchia, wonderful life. No, il mio nickname online.
Alessandro down to 20 mil after that. Unfortunate run out with the Jack, but yeah, like I say, the ace definitely saved him some money on the river. King deuce off. Alessandro going for the open on the button, bit wide this one, 25 bigs. The deuce is just so bad. We want kind of like king 6, king 7 off at least, really. King queen just defending from the big blind seems like an easy jam to me. 25 bigs effective. It's not the worst defend actually. 25. Sorry, I thought we were playing more like 20. Yeah, I don't hate the defend from king queen. 1.5 mil. Just check folds, the 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, like, it's very, very tight, Federico, sorry, not Fernando. Federico, very tight. Just missing a fair few spots now to put chips in, and then kind of overplaying a couple of hands, just open jamming 30 bigs or whatever with ace queen. So, one of the more recreational players, I think, but, you know, big money up top. People want to be careful, they want to put it in with good hands.
Mettila sugli occhiali qua. Ma io infatti uso questo, uso la taglia, uso questo che non so.
Hold 6-7.
Alessandro in the cutoff. Anything good? Queen 8 suited. Can see him opening this one. 30 big blinds. Seems reasonable. Up to 1.8 mil. King 3 off on the button. Goes for the fold.
Io sono gentile quando arriva una certa...
Call out the small blind. No, surely not. He was just adjusting his small blind. Yeah, suited in the big blind for Carlo. Going to be a defend.
1.8.
Does have him crushed. Both flopping a pair. No backdoor flush draw for either player. I imagine this one's probably going to go... I assumed it would go check, small bet call, but goes check, check. Small stab on the turn from Alessandro. I think Carlo probably is going to peel one here, but although he is also mid on the tighter side. But we just unblock all the draws here. No Jack 10, Queen, no diamonds, no spades, no 6, 7. So I think we have to call one here for sure. It's going to be a better hand quite a lot. It's going to be some check back ace high, some ace x, going to be some 9x sometimes, some 10s, jacks, queens, kings, but we just have to defend a pair. Does elect to fold, a little bit on the tight side. Going to be probably disappointed when he sees that one.
Tranne il primo e il secondo, che sono cambiano.
Sì, i gli altri sono uguali. Sì.
No, il terzo no.
Il terzo no, esatto.
Il terzo è
10 meno.
100 lire.
Quindi il quinto e quarto.
Il terzo è 120.
Ah, ecco.
Vabbè, vabbè.
Che cosa? Che
Dopo,
cosa?
dopo.
No, ma ragazzi chiedevo solo perché... Cioè per domandarmi perché non mi ricordavo.
Sono 10 meno. Secondo 20 meno.
Jack 7 suited under the gun, Alessandro. Lets it go. Ace 2 off in the cutoff from Michelle. He's going to be opening that. And we'll see Saeed defending the Jack 8 suited. Two pair for Michelle. Great board. Check bet fold.
Payback 1.5 million.
Does get the fold. King jack off under the gun. Fell the chip leader. Definitely in.
Three racer, 1 million.8. Four folder, six folder, seven fold,
Aces for Alessandro in the big blind again.
one racer,
I'd quite like a peel pre, to be honest, and then a check raise on a lot of flops with specifically aces, just because the 3-bet from the big blind versus under the gun looks so strong. And the chip lead is going to be opening super wide with a bunch of hands that we have crushed. I mean, we have aces at the end of the day. Getting a fold is pretty terrible. We don't need to be worried too much about protecting. Like, if it's unlikely we get outflopped, and it's just part of the game. But in the interest of seeking value, I'm a big fan of a call. King jack off, I think we just fold. Tempting, seeing as he's like 3-bets twice out of the big blind, but it is what it is. King jack off, not strong enough against his actual range.
three fold,
That's fine, the fold. Nice fold.
big blind, big blind,
Devo fare solo con...
official,
Devo fare solo con gli assi. Con gli assi.
A6 off under the gun. Federico. Just going to be folding, I imagine. No reason to change strategy now.
four fold, six fold,
9-7 suited on the button. Saeed, I imagine he's definitely going to be opening this.
seven racer, 4 million.8. One fold, six three fold, exactly. One check,
Queen 9 suited in the small blind.
7-bet, 1 million.2.
Flop in the flush draw.
One fold,
Going to just be check calling. The king high board could go for a check raise on something a little more neutral or less favouring the opener, but king high board not so good for us. We're not going to flat that many king highs out of the small blind. Check check on the turn, both turning a 9. Check
and check.
and check. 9 going to do it. Another small pot for Alessandro, back up to 33 million after losing that unfortunate Jacks versus Nines hand.
GTD au flop avec 0, va payer avec R. Non ha proprio niente, quindi non mette al limite se volrebbe fare lui. Cosa aveva? 9 che cosa? Donna 9. Ma cosa pagava il flop?
4-15.
Non hai visto? Sono 4 cuori. 2 cose? 2 cuori. Dai la 9 di cuore aveva? Donna 9 di cuori. Ho cercato di errore.
19 big blind short stack. Saeed 24, 32, 41, and then Michel regained that chip lead. Pretty solid. 23 million clear of Alessandro. So looking pretty good, five-handed. And he has been playing the chip lead well as well, opening a lot of pots in late position, putting the hammer down, pressing all the right buttons so far, so deserving of the chip lead.
No, ho sentito qualcosa che è proprio cazzo, il primo non che mi vuoi.
No, t'ho votato.
No, ma già ma perché ci dovrei stressare solo per quello.
Absolute nutter butters for Federico. Blind versus blind. Easy game. Pairs pulled on the turn. Absolutely nothing for Michelle. He's just going to be check folding here.
Scurato proprio proprio. Cioè non ho bisogno del 10. Dove 10? No, il 10 no, il 10 mi rovina i piani. Però va bene così, grazie di avermi fatto vedere. Cioè quel 10 paradossalmente si dice no, vedi, mica. Magari ero avanti, che avevi preso un 1, dici mi ha rovinato. E se no, mi ha rovinato i piani, no, adesso che non è niente, se no che quando mai sono o gli assi o i tratti o nient'altro, però ti scopri quegli assi. Hai dato un po' d'aria, un po' di ossigeno, un po' di pesce.
10-6 suited under the gun for Saeed. Does manage to let it go. Nothing for anybody this hand. 7-3 off on the button. Really going for it. 100% open. He's going to get it through. Carlo not going to be defending the 6-3.
Già vinte le partite da mano. No, se no, no, magari il tuo amico era a dormire, capisci?
No, è qua.
già che siete saliti dalla macchina 2 lezioni in tutta la strada.
Pick one, fold, three, fold.
Federico decided there's enough of folding and he's finally
1,000,000.8. 1,000,000.8.
finally going to open one up with blind 7 off on the button.
6 all in.
Queen Jack suited all in for Carlo in the small blind. While he's getting out of the way with the ace 3 off. And Federico giving it the unnecessary tank with 9 high. And break time. We'll be back. 15-minute break.
500, 1 million, 1 million blinds. Low blind 500 on 6-7, 1 million on 6-1.
Lui
Yeah,
mette
small blind on 7, big blind on 6-1, 1
tre
milione per
famiglie
favore.
un paese e noi le malati
Yeah, are we
e
ready?
allora gli faccio i amici
Let's do it.
no, sì, esatto. Di qua, chi li sa contare? Basta averne pochi, li conti in fretta.
Mi raccomando, usare sempre i box che sono stati preassegnati, per favore.
Fatica, ma
Mi piace il colore. 3 pass.
sono molto, come dire, si può dire svedese, no,
Veggesi.
norvegese. Bravo, compro il coso della barba e ha quel colore lì. Quindi questa per fare un raise fa 2,5.
Sì.
Perfetto, raise.
Raise 2.5 on seat 4. 6 pass, 7 pass.
Signor Cermino, la ringrazio. Il primo call che mi fa. No, ma è il primo che mi fa tutta la sera.
Quanto hai? tu 25.
Meno, 21.
Contano il
Sì, anche più agevole per i conteggi e tutto.
per spingere un po' sul torneo. D'altronde pensi che sia una vasca di pesci rossi, c'ho i capelli rossi, pochi ormai. Prego, ho sbagliato.
Call 6-4.
Ho sbagliato.
Pass 6.
Sono un coglione, ho sbagliato.
7 pass. Call on 1. Check 6-3.
No, aspetta, quanto è 1 milione? No, vieni.
Check 1. Check 3. Check 4. Check 1. Check 3. Bet. 2 million seat 4. Pass 1 and pass 3.
Allora, le mosse, tanto quelle le vedete in stream, minchia. Penso di essere buono. Crazy, sì. Però il coglione ha fatto. Mi sono messo nella posizione di farmi scoppiare.
1-1.
Sei commenti. Io non voglio vedere i rate, voglio sentire i commenti.
Pass. 7 pass. Call on 1. Three call.
Ma quest'ora? Ma prego.
Forse.
Quanto c'è? Ah, scusa, perché quella pila là è da 20 anche se c'hai la azzurra sotto.
La 20 e questa qui, aspetta, te la faccio.
No, era solo per capire.
Sì, sono una ventina, 21. Questa è da 20.
Quindi 21.
10.
Alors, c'est Avignon, 12, 14.
Che dico? 10, 20, 22,
No,
22, 29 e mezzo. 29.
Michele ci ha messo.
Testing, testing. There we go.
No, ok.
Lost my microphone for a minute there. Apologies.
Non te l'ho detto.
Tanto lo vedi, quindi...
No, non l'ho ancora vista.
No, dico che comunque...
Didn't want to close down the stream mid-hand, so I did a quick restart there in between. Seems to be working.
Però adesso non mi è piaciuto.
One pass.
History suited in the cutoff for Michelle. Definitely going to be opening this one.
Yeah. 3 raise 2.2. 4 pass.
Nothing in the small blind for Carlo.
Raise all in 6-7. Con
12 milioni.
$12.008.
8?
12.008.
12.008 chiama il 6, no? Che non le
12 milioni 800.
12.800.
12.008 chiamo pure io senza
12.800, 12.800.
scherzo.
Michelle giving it a good old tank. He knows that Saeed's capable of jamming a whole range of hands here, not necessarily just ace-x or pairs. He knows he can have a bunch of king highs, queen highs, king highs, queen highs, even some jack highs, some jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited potentially, but does eventually find a fold.
Alza 3. Alza 3. Il dit qu'il avait As 3, tu vérifieras. Il dit qu'il avait As 3. 3. Ouais. Il a dit qu'il avait As 3. Regarde le monstre que j'avais.
No, stai male. Non puoi chiamare, no.
Sì, è possibile che
non puoi chiamare perché non
E perché non può cambiare?
500.
E perché non può chiamare?
Nel senso che
Se io gioco K Jack o Donna Jack faccio così.
lo so, però avevi asso, quindi ho fatto bene, per me. Poi bisogna pure 7-8 suite.
È giusto, ma è vero che io preferisco giocare se avevo Donna Jack. Il K Jack.
3 pass.
Ognuno fa quello che meglio crede.
Assolutamente. Allora, raise.
For raise 2.5. 6 pass. 7 pass.
L'ho detta giusta.
King 9 off, getting through for Federico.
L'ho trovata vuota.
Pips up a little.
Anche mi apre sempre l'autissimo, quanto scherzo. Fai bene.
For pass.
Puoi anche strapparle
6 pass.
e buttarle via.
7 pass.
No,
Fold. Alessandro with Queen 8 off in the small blind, going to complete. See what Michelle has in the big blind 9-7 off. Probably just going to check this one back. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for the aggressive ISO. Playing around 26 big blinds now, 500k, 1 million blinds. Does it? Let's check it back.
Heads up.
Second pair for Michelle. Nothing for Alessandro, but he's going to go for the lead anyway.
24.
Just for around half pot. Does have the backdoor spade draw with the 8. Couple of backdoor flush draw with the 8. Couple of backdoor straight draws potentially, but pretty strong board for Michelle at the moment.
One check. Bet. 3.6.
no,
6,
già la mascherina, giusto? Non l'ho scordata. Vai. Ero proprio riscordata. Beh, grazie.
Michelle going for the bet, just trying to get some protection. Figures Alessandro is probably going to double barrel with a king a lot of the time, so his 9 should be the best hand. Just wants to get value, not blocking any spades, not blocking the jack 10, queen jack type stuff. Does get it through.
In realtà era per toglierla anche, sai, si è tenuta per sul tavolo,
1 milione.
Chiedi tutte e due a lui, perché economicamente diventa impegnativo.
Pass, sarà un pass. No, un pass.
E Michele guarda.
3 call.
Va bene.
4 check.
Prima da
Esatto.
Basta scherzo.
3 bet 1.2.
Questa era di fiori, però questa è nera e
4 fold.
non si può giocare. Se non mi ricordavo perché sono nere, forse in tutte e due fiori che l'ho riguardato, ho preso subito via cattura e ho detto cazzo guarda che...
Introduction of the red chips, which I would guess are worth
7 pass.
2.5 mil or something.
1 pass.
10 mil. 20. Yeah, must be 2.5 mil. The red chips.
2, 3, raise 2.2.
Ace queen off on the button. Big stack, spidered it. King 8 off in the small blind Federico, going to be a fold. Carlo in the big blind Jack 5 suited, probably going to want to just defend this one. Plays very well as a defend, can flop top pair, obviously got the suit to flop a flush draw. Flop and a jack can be pretty good. Carlo just folds a bit tight. That one with the suited jack. Definitely can fold a lot there, but yeah, this is a very strong hand for the small price.
Passava, cassiamo, che devo fare? Passava alla cassa.
Tu pensa? Ho mezzo avuto idea perché...
Stavo pensando di fare un conflitto sul piso.
No, io volevo fare una mini trip.
Volevo completare, no, non scopare.
Io ho una
roba su Italy.
Io voglio fare una mini trip, però essendo che sono ormai ore che ce l'ho tanto, che anche prima, ormai più o meno, vabbè non dico niente, però non si dice niente. Però preferito passare.
So 216 big blind stacks at the bottom there, Carlo Said. Nobody in the immediate danger zone right now, but excuse me. Michelle with the commanding chip lead.
Raise 1, 2.5. 3 pass. 4 pass. 6 pass.
Un late complete, Carlo, che se prendi la tua poi lo metti qui.
Insomma, diciamo che
Cioè, se un late complete è perché se la
potevano anche workare in qualche modo, diciamo che così si stacca, si worka male, si worka in galera questa stacca.
Però il libro dei record, struttura magnetica, mi sento in zucchero.
King Jack suited in the cutoff. Federico going to be opening that one. King Jack on the button for Carlo. 16 big blinds facing the cutoff. First in, I could see him jamming this one. Very good blocker hand, great for the re-steals, but just again on the tighter side. Even the peel, King Jack plays well at that kind of stat depth. We just flop top pair a lot, we flop a open ender a decent amount. Like we have a pretty strong hand that does crush some of the opens from the cutoff, so a little bit on the tight side there. Just a little bit. Being one of the shorter stacks. Smash the flop for Federico, but unfortunately nothing to get paid by from Alessandro. Just jams. Very interesting style of play. No real street play, just kind of lots of all in.
Bellissimo. Sì, però se il cesso cade due fuori, no, sono Donald da Mike. Se lei ha preso qualcosa ci giochiamo.
Ma ci possiamo dare del tu?
Certo, però io per rispetto sempre.
Lo so che sono un vecchietto.
No,
Giovanotto sei.
Un giovanottino.
Un giovanotto che ha le 3 mezze
ancora
qua
se la sente,
a mazzurarci. Cioè, devo di vedere quanti ce n'è. Almeno io non ne conosco. Arrivo, metto.
Pass. Set pass.
Alessandro limping, playing 23 bigs, jack 4 off, out of position to the chip leader. Flops, middle pair. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Oh, solo Cesare. Sai Cesare Rasi? Conosci Cesare Rasi? Solo lui è riuscito a dire che ho sbagliato una mano tipo questa, che stavo in 3.
Michelle does find the fold. On to the next hand.
Sai perché mi dice così che sbaglio? Perché lui ha settato, no? E però gli ho detto sì, devi cercare, sì. Poi mi dice per il suo interesse, per il suo interesse, ma io devo raddoppiare. È bello che non ho chiuso fiori, ho chiuso scala di calcio, per dire che mi impazzito. Mi fa, hai giocata male, e che cazzo, cioè quando è il tuo valore con 2 fiori? C'ero lì.
in for Carlo with the 9s, 16 big blinds.
Raise all in sit one.
All in and a call. Ace king for Alessandro, classic flip. Ace folded.
All in and call, you show the card.
Federico.
Non ce l'abbiamo.
Call pass. Now showdown. All in and call. Over 9.
Sì, però ti sei ripreso il buio.
Ah, non avevo capito. Lui non l'ha preso, io l'ho messo. È mezza colpa mia, mezza colpa sua.
As-roi de 9. As-roi de 9. As-roi le chip. Pas le chip. Un peu. Faut appeler l'asticot.
È
Faut appeler
vero, me
l'asticot.
l'ero ripreso, ma perché
L'asticot.
Got shot. 2 overs.
Il joue les dames aussi.
Classic flop for a classic race. Ace, king, or queen for Alessandro. 9 on the turn. Removes those ace and king outs. Leaves him just with the queen out for Broadway. Otherwise, Carlo is going to be doubling up once again. Potentially up to 35 million after this. That would put him into second in chips after being short for much of the final table. 8 on the river. Ace king no good. Double up for Carlo. And now Alessandro, who was chip leader for a while, down to last in chips. Just 10 big blinds, 5 left. Everyone locked up 75k at the moment, playing for that first prize of 320,000 euros. Massive, massive payouts for a 550 euro buy-in. Absolutely crazy stuff. Down in Sanremo, Italy. Absolutely beautiful town as well. I've been here for the week. Just loving it. Stroll down the promenade every morning in the sun. Beautiful weather. Very, very relaxed pace of life.
No, io lo dico ora con la doppia, prima che ovviamente nel senso, vabbè, andiamo avanti.
Non è come Federico, Federico a sa capa subito il capa.
oui, je suis château.
Lui ha 2-10, 2 donna 10.
Je suis un calamar.
Lui sa giocare con la capa. Anche 2-10.
Je suis un petit calamar. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire avec le 10 là?
Saeed on 13 bigs as well, so not far ahead of Alessandro. Under the gun with the ace-3 offsuit. Goes for the jam. Definitely not an ICM approved jam. That wouldn't be the first time we've seen a non-approved jam at this final table, to be expected in a 500 euro tournament. Federico, no good in the small blind. King 4, going to be a pass. Carlo in the big blind. Queen 8 suited, going to be just a fold.
Vous savez quoi? Je vous montre que je suis en règle, moi. Un as. Avec un joker. Au 16 tout. Allez là. 14 blindes. Je crois que je me suis chié dessus sur ce coup. Je crois que sur ce coup, je me suis chié dessus, voilà. Ouais, là.
Check 8 off under the gun, Alessandro.
Poi ti devo chiedere solo un favore.
People seem to get tempted with the big blind ante to just be shoving super wide under the gun. We've seen it a couple of times at this table, but you do see it everywhere, and I'm glad Alessandro knows better because it just doesn't work like that.
Non vuoi?
No, infatti non me ne mancano un sacco. Cioè, se tu guardi, ho il primo, poi ogni tanto qualcuno, ma piccoli.
Se lo vinci?
Se
lo vinci?
devo per forza. Non mi interessa.
Questo era un po' più problematico, però vediamo.
Vabbè,
Arlo finds the king high shove in the small blind, gets it through.
poi ne parliamo.
Al momento è il 20% di possibilità di essere. È il 20% come gli altri.
Sì, però poi ne parliamo allora.
Three pass.
Ace 10 in the cut off, Federico. Do you want to come in with the open? Queen jack off for Carlo on the button. Does cover Federico. See how he decides to play this new stack. He's effectively chip leading now that Michel has folded, but it does just elect to fold. I would have liked a free bet there. Those blocker hands get some king jack off, potentially some king queen off type stuff to fold. Get some pocket pairs to fold, get some ace highs, king highs to fold. Put pressure on the middle stacks when we've got two short stacks in play, but we're not seeing much of that at this final table. It's mostly been very straightforward ABC type stuff.
Capisci qualcosa tu? Se il gioco non vuoi, non vuoi. Posso essere il più forte del mondo, se il gioco non vuoi, non vuoi.
60.
Io adesso te lo dico, perché a quest'ora poi in matematica non ero sempre fuori dall'aula. Ero giustificato. Andavo in un istituto tecnico con il 70% di donne.
Raise all in 6-7. All in 6-1.
All in, all in.
All in, all in.
Three pass. Please showdown.
Ace 2 soft, calls all in. 8 big blinds from the small blind is crushed by the ace 8 of Saeed. So unless you can find a deuce or some combination of straight, we're going to be down to 4 players here in the main event, and everyone will have locked up very close to 100,000 euros. I think it's 93,000 for 4, 75k at the moment. King Jack 4, Ace 8 still ahead. Some outs for a chop, anything higher than an 8 on the turn, but Saeed does have that Ace of Clubs backdoor flush draw, so pretty good equity wise so far. Jack of Clubs on the turn does bring a lot of outs for a chop, but does take away the Deuce of Clubs as an out for Alessandro. 10 on the turn, 10 on the river for the chop.
No, lui si alzava, siccome. No, io mi ero alzato.
Don't know if Saeed realises that it's a split. He's celebrating like he's won the pot.
Ci stava venendo a salutare, poverino.
Sì, no, vabbè, ma non fatto caso perché pensavo al raddoppio del board. No, al raddoppio del board.
Ah, c'est vraiment un noir. Arrêtez de crier pour rien, vous m'excitez. L'autre il aura dit au revoir et tout. Oui, mais les autres, ils l'ont rappelé, les sbotch.
No, la cuffia.
Sono contento che non ti ho uscito
La
io.
cuffia il di
No, vabbè, prima o poi,
Rigore,
vero.
rigore.
No?
Lo so che split.
No, ma anche in cuffia ho sentito ti hanno detto occhio allo split.
Incredibile.
No,
Assa 9, Assa 7 ho perso. Assa 8, Assa 2 ho splitato. Hein?
Io ho
Combien de
visto solo
70 francs je vais
Ho
perdre?
trovato il 2.
Combien de 70 francs je vais pas gagner? Ah d'accord. C'est beau. C'est beau, vous êtes optimiste, hein? Bien.
Pass. Set pass. Raise all in 6-1. 3 pass. 4 pass.
C'est des calamars, ils payent rien, ils savent pas jouer. Je te jure. Il comprend rien, lui, il comprend rien.
37 milioni.
Un po' di più.
Tu veux que je paye avec cette 2, je fais doubler là?
Mais non. Non.
Là, ici, maintenant.
T'en sais rien, hein, c'est un 60.
Non, cette main-là.
Non, mais c'est un 60-40, on s'en
C'est,
fiche.
mais c'était bien.
Je te dis pas, on s'en fiche. Toi, tu payes, lui, il paye, ça fait 2 jeux contre lui, il se retrouve à 20%. Et s'il prend, tant mieux, c'est pas grave.
C'est pas grave pour toi, c'est grave pour moi.
Pourquoi t'es bien, t'as combien?
Ah, je suis pas trop bien.
Ah ouais. Alors qu'est-ce que je devrais dire, moi?
C'est un pass.
Peut-être pas trop bien.
Pas du tout bien.
One pass.
On appuie la divente et quoi là? Raise.
3. Raise 2.2.
On appuie la divente.
4 pass.
King deuce off on the button for Michelle. Not taking his foot off the gas. Like that he's opening all these Broadway hands. One Broadway card. They make good opens, blocking top of the range, ace, king, ace, blocking ace, king, kings, king, queen suited. A lot of the hands that are going to jam pre-flop. Queen free suited for Carlo in the big blind, should be defending this one.
No, sì. So che ancora doveva parlare.
Okay, so through Carlo tight in the big blind as well. Everybody's been folding up a few kind of pretty reasonable spots, so let's just go to confirm what we think about tournaments that people are on the tighter side, only putting in when they've got it. Think about how little bluffing we've seen so far in this game. Basically 0 hands have been a bluff of any significance.
One pass. 3 pass.
King deuce suited now in the cutoff for Michelle. See him opening this one too.
4. Raise 2.2. 6 pass. Raise all in 6-7.
Oh, doesn't find the king deuce suited open. Interesting. Interesting not to open the king deuce suited.
Si tu fais ta bite, t'es payé encore plus vite. Hein.
Gets the ace queen shove though through though.
Je montre, hein.
Saïd,
Regardez.
up to 17 mil.
Ah merde, As-Dame. Et si je la mets devant moi, vous la voyez? Si je la mets devant moi, vous la voyez? Non, mais il a open, hein. Il a open 2,5 millions. J'ai des chambres. Mais si je la mets devant moi, vous la voyez? Si je fais comme ça. Non, ça va.
25 off-handed again, not going to make it in this time. Ace jack for Carlo on the button. Hopefully he's opening this one.
Reasoning 6, 7 pass.
All in for 15, 16 big blinds effective.
One pass.
Gets it through both.
Sì, l'action mia è se apro passa, se no devo pushare. Capito? Se apro è per passare.
Questa camera.
No, qual è il problema? Che se non è doppio. Se non è doppio.
Stiamo usando
No, chiaro.
fare come vuoi.
No, ma non sei quei colpi che... Avessi dato per 100 di setti al flop l'avrei fatto.
6 pass. Reasoning 6, 7. One pass. Subito.
15.
Più di più. 16.700.
Ace 10 all in on the button. 7's going to be calling in the big blind. We are off to the races. Saïd at risk again. 7's hold. We're down to 4. If not, big double up for Saïd, and it's going to level out the chip stacks a little bit. Michelle does have a big chip lead, but it's quite fragile to losing, you know, 1 or 2 all-ins, and it really can shake the pack up completely. Just got a fade an ace or a 10 at the moment, and he'll have an absolutely enormous chip lead. Be looking primed to take this down. Great flop for him. No backdoor flush draw for Saïd. Just the ace or a 10. Not any risk of being counterfeited. 8 on the turn. Just needs to fade the ace or the 10 on the river, and he will have a monster stack. Almost 100 million. River.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie.
Brick. GG Saïd, 5th place finisher for 75,500 euros. Not a bad result at all, is it? 500 euros.
Ma sei pazzo, devo fare
l'ho lasciato fare te perché era un lavoro che mi avevi promesso che
Everybody now locked up. Something like 93 or 94,000 euros. Absolutely massive score. Absolutely massive score. Big chip lead for Michelle. Over double second place. Carlo. Federico chilling down there in 3rd place, 27 bigs. Alessandro now on the chopping block. 9 big blinds his stack. So he is the lone short stack.
No, no, ma la mia non ha CBD, ha solo THC. Quindi non è che di quelle che ti fanno addormentare, quelle che ti fischiano poi le orecchie, tipo quando esci dallo Ushuaia, quelle Poi a te quanto ti ha fatto godere questa parecchio.
Six raise.
Queen jack off under the gun. Gonna be an open for Carlo.
Too many, John?
Yeah.
Too much.
7-5 suited in the big blind. Federico not even defending. Like, this is just insanely tight from him. He's just not defending anything. 7-5 suited is just a super easy defend there. Very, very pretty high EV spot, like a suited semi-connector like that against a wide range four-handed. You can't just fold everything four-handed, especially. Like, you have to defend your blinds at some stage, and that was just far too tight.
Io ti dico che ti credo, io invece le carte che ho visto sicuramente tantissime, non le ase, però non mi hanno...
Raise on inside one.
I'm big blind all in. Under the gun for Alessandro, Queen 8 suited. Phoebe Shell is just going to be a fold. We don't dominate anything. We want him to be shoving some Queen X that we dominate or some 8X that we dominate, but we're just not. King Jack off, cool for Federico. Carlo in the big blind, Ace 10. Probably just going to end up folding now.
Call.
Ah, ecco, lo puoi
No,
mettere.
guarda, la metto corretta, solo per non toccargli le chips. Guarda.
Hai ragione.
Sì, no, figurati.
Io non volevo manipolare le chips.
900.
900.
Carlo a bit unsure what to do here with Ace 10.
Queste sono 2, 12, 3.
Messo 10, c'è 16 e mezzo.
giocatori, uno in ognuno.
Carlo eventually decides to call with the ace-10. Queen, queen, 4 flop, no help for anybody. Check, check. 5 on the turn. Gives a gut shot to Alessandro, but ace-10 of Carlo still ahead at the moment. 5 on the river, going to be a chop between the ace highs. King Jack just donating to the chop there.
Io lo chiamo perché sono 9 milioni, cioè. Tu con quella mano lì, secondo me... Però non serve che le sciovi perché...
No, che show, stavo per chiamare, non passare. Quella era la mia figura seria, non so, mia criminale.
No, passare... Non per altri.
Stavo cercando di capire che avevi.
Avete preso le mie, dai.
Passava com'è.
Sì. Prendevate di più.
A proposito di rivere, si diceva più.
So Alessandro remains alive. He improves his stack a bit there. Back over 10 big blinds. And we remain four-handed.
Facevo triplo.
14 big blinds Alessandro, 16 big blinds Federico. And then Carlo and Michelle pretty clear of the other two.
Stavo cercando di capirlo perché il mio cervello questo
20,
20, 30, 35, 40.
Io ho contato 16.
Quindi ora quanto hai? 10, 15, no 12. No, di più. $12,100.
Scusa.
No, scusa te che stavo questo nulla. All in.
6 all in. 1 call.
All in and a call. King deuce in the small blind, ace 3 in the big blind. King deuce suited for Carlo, ace 3 off for Alessandro, so Alessandro at risk again. A slight favourite. About a 2-1 favourite. Deuce on the flop though is going to put Carlo ahead. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards for Alessandro, ace or a 3 to get there immediately, a spade for a sweat. 7 of hearts on the turn, no flush draw picked up, no gut shot picked up. Just an ace or a 3 for Alessandro to remain alive. 6 on the river, does not improve. 4th place finisher, Alessandro. Decent performance. He was chip leader at one point, but things not quite going his way towards the end there. But still a very, very healthy payday. Somewhere around 93,000 euros, I believe, 94,000 euros. So absolutely massive score for a 500 euro tournament. Absolutely massive. And these guys now all guaranteed at least 130,000 euros. Absolutely massive money. Massive, massive money. 93,000 euros there, Alessandro. Well played. 17 bigs now. Federico, our short man, came into the final table as the chip leader. Managed to ladder that up to at least 130,000 euros.
Perché ti senti short, senti la pressione dei deep stack, dici.
Carlo's second shortest stack at the start of this final table, so a very nice performance from him. First hand, Queens, Federico. Just doesn't have the min raise in his arsenal. I mean, hand as good as Queens. It's just such a waste, three-handed, to just open shove 17 big blinds. Really is.
Il capo ce l'ho.
Vabbè dai, anche se poi lo prendi, però guarda.
Io.
Lutti.
Mostra.
Vabbè, ti ringrazio. Hai rubato tipo per 4 ore e mezza ATT proprio, però va bene lo stesso, perché comunque in 3 siamo. E cos'è che dicevo? Tu quanti ne hai buttati fuori?
14.
No, io 3 su 9.
Hai fatto un bel lavoro.
Infatti, guardami. Infatti guarda. Lui 1 o 2? Però io ho Gesù.
Tu vabbè sì.
Io Gesù vale doppio.
Six razor, 2 million, 3 fold, 4 fold.
Gesù vale doppio o quasi mezzo in più, no? Adesso quindi mi avete detto che prendo quando esco 10 in meno.
Dopo.
No, vabbè, per saperci. 120.
Non ci pensavo.
Queen Jack off on the button for Michelle. Pretty deep, these other two guys. Federico a little bit on the short side, 17 bigs, but Michelle and Carlo playing about 50 big blinds effective. So, quite deep.
Dietro c'hai un'altra filata bianca, solo per saperlo. Ce n'hai 3 di file bianche?
Sì,
Vabbè,
quasi 3
perfetto.
sono.
C'ho le luci in faccia, Mauro.
Call 6.
Sì, 54.
9-6 off to fem for Carlo, Queen Jack for Michelle. Nothing really there for Carlo, but open ender for Michelle. Decent flop, just going to be a C-bet taking it down.
3 back, 1.5, fold 6.
C'era un metodo per indicarmi qualcosa. Comunque ragazzi, tranquilli, abbiamo visto tutti.
Oh, veramente.
Il loro torneo organizzato da loro,
Che ore sono, Fede? Io ho perso il senso.
Si figuri, tranquillo. 10. Poi domani quando esci con l'assegno vai qua, c'è la Rolex, ti compri un orologio e via. Tanto voglio dire, no? Sto scherzando,
Fold.
7-5 suited in the small blind for Carlo. Imagine he's just going to complete this one. Does. 3 deuce off. Michelle. Nothing much for either, but backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Carlo. Probably just going to stab this one, and that should be enough to win.
Bet 1 million. 3 4.
Non a livello matematico. Sì. Mi avrebbe dato quello in busto in più. No, ma non avevi detto piano. Sono un cognome, lo so. Oh, ma sono 4 anni.
Eight-five suited on the button for Carlo. Imagine he's going to be opening this one into the short stack big blind, who's shown himself to be pretty fold heavy. Folds.
Ma sono le luci che me le fanno vedere più scure qua e più grave. No.
Visto che tu vuotato.
Questo ce l'ho anch'io.
Gives the walk.
Tu c'hai le antenne, cioè. Tu sei come si chiamano quegli insetti, le mantine, tu senti già da lontano.
Jack 10 off on the button. Going to be an open for sure.
3 raise 2 million.
Federico in the small blind. 3 deuce off. Not going to be playing.
Dettagli e butti nell'umido.
Carlo with a big blind of 7 is probably just going to peel. No reason to 3-bet this deep. 55 big blinds deep with a short stack still in when we're covered. Ace 8-6, going to be a range bet for Michelle, and I imagine a check call from Carlo. Can't just go folding to 1 bet on the ace high board. 3-handed big blind versus button. Backdoor straight draw 2.
6 call.
That's fine, cool. Jack on the turn. It's gonna give.
Do a check.
Michelle the best hand. Check. Inconsequential 5 on the river. Carlo, I think, just going to check this one, try and get showdown.
Recheck.
Don't really know about checking back the river with Jack 10. I think I find this definitely strong enough to go for value. There's going to be so much flop second pair that's in a tough spot. Not G6, probably all bets the river, so.
Ancora più lunghi adesso, cioè poi ho capito che non era vantaggioso. Però quando ero un po' più donk ancora, cioè, mamma mia, raise, re-raise, non importava. Non ero troppo poco per fortuna, sennò saranno schienati subito.
And 6 off, Federico, not going to be an open. Look for Michelle.
Un milione. Giusto.
No, che poi mi sgridano che mi riprende dietro, è vero, l'ho già fatto più di una volta.
È un tizio.
No, non è un blitz, che sono proprio ritardato.
Six raiser. 2 million. 3 fold.
Jack 10 suited on the bottom for Carlo. Federico defending this one. Potential for some action flops. These two hand matchups.
Oh, check.
Gut shot, backdoor flush draw, and big range advantage for Carlo, considering so much ace-x is going to shove pre, and a lot of strong king-x is down to a very, very weak set of hands here, Federico. So this one, he in theory has to defend all the way to all in.
Call.
Mi sento come la puntata di Rexant. In due si può parlare, no?
Certo.
Sai cos'è Rexant, no? Quel programma di pesca sportiva, no?
Nuts. What a turn card. Carlo probably just wants to go for another small bet here, trying to milk King X.
Certo.
Checks back. Don't hate the check back. Going for a bit of deception, trying to get more money from King X, etc. Some Queen X that turned a pair. Do block those ones though. Okay, it didn't check back the turn, it was just a mistake with the graphics. It's going for a small bet.
1 million point 7.
Ho preso il palo il turno, no? E quindi una la chiamo perché ho preso anche una carta. E poi ho preso il palo. Che flash.
Tight fold from Federico again, right this time. And just to dodge the caller.
D'ora in poi il mio questo è la...
call. È un call. 1 million call, 6 free.
No, se col fold.
Siamo fusi.
Si raise.
Pensavo che...
No, se raise push. Call mi dà troppa forza.
Check, sit 6. Check.
Michelle limps fours on the button, which I don't really get. We kind of want to protect our hand against big blind defense, and big blind's been folding a reasonable amount. Like we can raise call the small blind for 12 bigs. It's no big deal. Normally you want to limp some hands that can trap weaker hands in, like, you know, limp your queen jack suited or something where he can just check back jack 8 and we can make dominating pairs. But pocket fours, you want that protection pre-flop. You want to protect against equity, deny equity, but you can just flop a set when you limp. Easy as that.
Finché non finisce. Sì, no, ma
per forza.
No, ma il casino fino a che non è per...
Finché finiamo, ci lasciano, ci chiudono qua dentro e giochiamo fino a domani mattina.
Sì, poi iniziamo a gambare... Guarda.
9-5 offsuit.
Puoi buttare l'unico assieme alle altre?
Fold.
Ah, forse erano le stesse.
Check. Heads up. Recheck. Six check. 3 bet 1 million point 5. Six four.
Michelle value betting his deuce on the 10. Love it. Carlo, again, on the nittier side, just check. Pretty good board for him to start stabbing blind versus blind, elects not to, and then just check folds his gut shot on the turn. Or perhaps even double gut shot, I can't remember the board. I feel like it was king 9-7 though.
Razor. 10 milioni. 10 milioni. 300.
Non ci viene neanche, cioè, bastavano... foldo.
13 milioni.
Mi sento un po' non so. Un treno.
Quindi è 1 milione e 2.
Nuovo livello.
Io ho messo
600.
Io nel nuovo livello ho messo 600, ho messo 100. all in con molta
All in from small blind, 6 bigs, 9 big blinds, sorry. But Carlo can't call with 7 high.
non ce la fai su stasera. Chiamo un dealer in aiuto?
8 milioni,
A volte arrivano
9
in
milioni
due
e
per
100.
farti in fretta.
Fix folder.
Looks like the blind's up to 1.2 million now, big blind.
Mostra.
Che starnutito. Mi ha distratto il corpo e la sua particella mi ha spostato le carte.
Still says 1k, 1 million big blind on the stream, but that is definitely 1.2 million in front of Michelle, so I guess the blinds are up.
All in, fit 4.
And we see an all in. Queen 8 off on the button. 9 big blinds. Carlo, pretty hand, but just going to be a fold, 10 high, not crushing anything. Nothing in the big blind.
$1 milione e 2, 1 milione e 2, 2 milioni e 4.
Mi sentivo già ricco, mi sentivo poveraccio. Adesso farò come diretta, ti faccio fare a tutti gli amici i bonini, faccio fare i prelievi, poi faccio una foto piena di soldi, sai? No, che metto queste foto qui.
Fixa folder.
Carlo folding king 4 off on the button. Folds to Michelle, who's all in blind versus blind with the king. Oh, and Federico are going to be calling him off here with a pair of sixes. It's going to be all in at risk, and we saw a king folded on the button as well, so Federico in great shape for a double up here.
Speriamo che non... Io c'ho una coppia e non la posso proprio passare. Ho sputato dentro 2 bui. Ti stai concentrando per i 6 di fuori? Bravo.
Deuce. Deuce on the flop. Gives some equity to Michelle. We can get another deuce now, but we know one of the kings has been folded. So down to 3 outs. Spade on the turn doesn't help anybody. Nobody with a spade in their hand, so just a king or a deuce. Otherwise, Federico going to be doubling up to around 26 million. Back in the game. Three on the river. Double up, secured.
No, tu, ma io che devo fare? Se metto sotto 6-6 con... Ora?
No, te lo so, lui quanto c'ha?
Io quanto
13
c'ho?
milioni e 300.
Te c'avevi 30 circa, lui.
No, meno, 26.
85, no di più.
Sì, questo.
Andiamo avanti?
No, guarda che io ho pagato...
Però
Poi mi sono fumato e poi ho vinto un colpo. Comunque da quella botta di ossigeno andrei.
Info on the button for Michelle. No stranger to a light open.
Dopo. Giusto?
2.400 e 2 milioni e 4.
Jack's in the big blind for Carlo. He is going to be squeezing this one. Make it something like 9 million.
$9 million, 9 milioni e 400.
Tu 40 c'è totale?
Qualcosa di più forse sì.
Big blind 1 milione e 2, anche 1 milione e 2. Fit for all in. Fit fold, 3 fold.
All in, fold, fold. Just open jamming 23, 24 big blinds on the button. I wonder if Federico's just been through his whole tournament like this, just jamming unreasonable amounts of big blinds all the time, every time he's got a good hand, and folding the rest of the time. Perhaps.
Ho detto così, se dovessi raddoppiare con te, tipo, più o meno poi siamo tutti pari stack e cambiano, cioè riesco a... cioè perché dite una mano, io non perdo l'ora di quello.
Ok.
Fold.
Federico just content not playing anything from the big blind.
Raven, 2 million point for fold.
King Jack suited on the button from Michelle. Nice one to find. Into Carlo's big blind. Carlo, a player that is similar stack, 54 million, going to defend Queen 5 off. Didn't defend Queen Deuce suited earlier, but finds it with Queen Deuce. Queen 5 off. Strong. Some people do have some inconsistent logic when it comes to poker, but there you go. That's the game. Another great flop. Great flop for Michelle. Now Carlo just check calling the flop with Queen High. Don't really understand.
Bet. 5.
Value bet takes it down for Michelle. Extends his chip lead slightly over Carlo there. Federico still the short man. Playing about 13 big blinds or so. Queen 9 off on the button.
Fold 4.
$21 bigs for Federico, the short man, but not super short anymore. 21 bigs is plenty to play with plenty to work with. Average stack of around 40 big blinds, so really, really deep structure considering 3 left, still 40 bigs.
Sto parlando con l'atterraggio.
Raise 2.5 and 6 threefold.
Quanto?
2,5. Ci sono io giusto in caso qualcosa.
Io ho detto fuori. Se lei non faccio.
Bet 3 million on sit 4.
Una strepitosa borbellina. Non metti. Se non avessi stato niente, magari capace a gare.
So 3 left, everybody locked up 130k, 190 for second, 320 for first, so pretty big jump still, 60,000, and then another 130,000 euros, 190k between third and first. Pretty wild stuff for a 500 euro tournament. Life-changing money, realistically.
Ho sbagliato.
Sit 4.
Volevo fare figo. Te l'ho detto, minchia
Federico finally finds an open and not an all-in for 25 bigs. I can't believe it.
Sono in 3, queste carte per me a quest'ora è come se fossero sopra 2 aeroplani. Sai quelli che comandi te? Torri controllo.
Si è fatto riconoscere, non si sta.
Ma perché ce l'hai quel Tom Hanks?
Sì.
Ce l'hai di quel Tom Hanks?
Sean. Spades.
Lui parla sempre giusto, ragazzi. Quando resa è giusto, perché quando folda c'è l'impegno. E poi c'è stata una mano qualche ora fa che non mi ricordo, che ha fatto un fold clamoroso per il flop, vero? Bellissimo.
Off to a flop, ace-8 against jack-5 suited. Nothing much going on so far free-handed. Semi-interesting flop. 2 overs with the open ender for Carlo. Gut shot with the 2 overs for Michelle. Turn the sways on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Cazzo, sapevo prima leggere quando rompevo i coglioni sui denti, diciamo. Pensavo fosse di plastica il dito. E lo faccio tiltare sempre. Perché lui quando tilta poi inizia a fare, già fa delle cacate pronto, però c'ha un culo. Ma quando tilta, se poi non le prende le sue, impazzisce. È capace di darti da stack.
Raise on 6-4. 2.6.
Federico opening threes on the button. Gets it through.
Mettiamo il badante a riva. Sul conteggio uscita.
Grande buio, per favore.
Sono troppo cogliani. Abbiamo tutti, penso.
Raise 2.5, 166. Call 3.
Ace is on the button against the suited ace. Interesting one. Ace 3, flopping bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw, so definitely going to be check calling at least one street here. A heart on the turn could make things very interesting. An ace or a 3 for the absolute sickness.
2.5 bet on 6.
Five of hearts on the turn. Bringing it the nut flush draw for Michelle. Carlo gonna want to go for a big bet here. Very draw heavy board. Hand needs quite a lot of protection. Don't block any of the king, jack, 10. Got the ace of clubs. So blocking some equity for the flush draws, but yes, Michelle going to have a bunch of draws here. A lot of queen x that's not going to fold to a massive bet either. You can even have 9x for the flush draw. You can have some flush draw hands like he has. Queen x of hearts, 3x, ace 3 suited. So gonna want to go for a big bet here. This looks a bit on the small side for me. I think we want to go like, I mean, we're trying to set up a river jam really, so for river bricks, so I think I'm going somewhere close to pot here, 12 million. Bet and get shoved on. Can't see Carlo folding aces personally. Really can't. I mean, even 9s is going to want a free bet pre-flop, so we're really losing to 3s only, and sometimes pocket 5s, assuming that they check shove the turn. There's just too many combos of draw here. There's some queen x with hearts that can be all in. There's just not enough for us to be worried about here. He's going to check raise the flop with a set sometimes as well, so this hand is just too good to fold.
Call.
Calls. Huge pot here, absolutely huge pot. Chip lead could swing significantly here. If there's a heart on the river, Michelle is going to be heads up for the win with an absolutely monstrous chip lead. If there is no heart, no 3 on the river, Carlo going to be vaulting into the chip lead, keeping the other 2 super short. In the river. Is a 5. It's a brick. huge double up for Carlo. Absolutely huge double up to almost 100 million. And Michelle, long-time chip leader of the final table, down to 20 big blinds. Carlo now has both of them in a great spot. 20 big blinds, plays 20 big blinds, plays around 80 big blinds. So absolutely dream spot here.
43 abbiamo 10, 20.
Quindi vai 90.
Quindi questi qua sono 40.
Hai proprio quelli.
Com'è?
A te mette la peggiore.
Non lo so, ci sta, si può, veramente hai chiusato e messo pressione, ci sta. Ci stava.
Quanti ne hai mossi?
Perché altrimenti c'è il box più vuoto, capito? Prendi voi,
40, 80, 83.
Vuoi che chiamo il Filippino?
No. Metto questo.
Piccolo buio.
Vuoi che facciamo due conti?
Quanto sei rimasto?
20. Tu quando scendi?
Io? Questi sono 2. Questi sono 17. Questi sono 17. Ne avevo con... Sono 40.
Fare qualcosa.
40
Dobbiamo finire la mano. Apriamo la mano, poi chiedo di venire al floor.
Tocca a lui, no?
Sì. Si risponde?
Queen 10 off on the button fold, very on nitty side. Carlo getting a walk with King Queen suited. Too good, we don't want to walk with that.
Solo quelli che sono stati tipo...
Just a second, tipo 8 box. Yeah, exactly.
Tutto. Vediamo che verrebbe fuori con i CM.
Allora, i nuovi premi sono 270, 170 e 100.
Looks like they are discussing numbers, so I'm going to just mute myself for a minute.
Quindi totale fa...
120 fa 5 60.
No, ma dai. Te Fede quanto hai, scusa?
Io te l'ho appena contato.
No, scusa, hai detto quanto hai?
Te lo adesso dico.
Con tutte queste fiche ci capiscono un cazzo.
Allora sono 20, 25 qua, 27. Posso?
ce l'ho 11.
Guarda, 10, 20,
Tu che vuoi fare?
25, 30, 32 e 7.
No, avete chiamato voi, io...
Sì, giochiamo.
Giochiamo, dai.
Ah, neanche non guardiamo neanche le CM.
Per CM prende lo stesso 2...
Le CM
Ormai siamo qua,
sempre.
guardiamo.
Guardiamo,
ok.
no?
Si fa per i CM, si guarda quanto viene.
Le CM in genere non è male. Però
Poi voi decidete che vi fare. Lui ha 24, lui ha i 30.
Eh sì, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,
70,
70, 80, 90, 92, 5,
io
93.
Ok, già messo.
Allora, il chip leader prenderebbe 227.879 euro. €576.
se il chip... Allora, per me va bene.
Cioè io rimetto.
Se fai 228,
Il secondo è 170.
prenderesti 50 di più da una parte, 40 di più dall'altra. Fai primo e mezzo tondo tondo.
Come detto, prenderei
227.879. Quello che ti manca dal primo è quello che prende in più dal secondo. Non sei primo, ma non sei neanche secondo. 127.000. E qua 159, 176.
Io dico la mia, a me...
No dai, giochiamo.
Giochiamo? Non provate nemmeno a grattare qualcosa da...
Adesso 90.000 io.
È quello però.
Quello è chiaro, se no.
Certo,
Lei quanto vorrebbe per vedere se si riesce a trovare una via di mezzo? €1.000 in più del terzo e 10.000 euro meno del secondo. Con uno
Considerando che hai 20 V, quindi come CM è ovvio che sei lontana dal primo, perché c'è uno scalino.
No? Quanto?
Lui prende 227,
43.000 prendo del primo.
ma che sono comunque 57.000 più del secondo.
Sì, esatto. Sì, sì.
Era per avere un'idea.
Nothing, just play. Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Vieni
Era lui.
600.000, 1.200.000.
Io sono di 600?
Sì, il bottone avevo già spostato prima della...
Tu mi dico.
So, didn't manage to make a deal. Playing on, but it looks a bit three-handed.
Dai, il prossimo 2.6.
Minchia, che cosa. Ero presi per il culo a lui.
Forse tu.
Suited, all in. Not going to be getting called by Queen Jack off, I don't expect. $25 bigs, roughly. For Michelle.
Sì, manca la 100. Call. Sì.
Three-way pot. Great flop for Michelle. Flop second pair. The open ender, backdoor flush draw, nothing for anybody else.
fold. Fold. Raise 2.5 on 4, fold 6. Check through. Di piccole.
Pino!
Vabbè, ci sta, dai. Signori.
Ma per me è un piacere, guarda, finché sono qua. Cioè non qua.
Grande buio, 1.000.002.
Quanto?
1.000.002. Più ante 1.000.002.
Ah. Sembrava diventato meno caro.
Hit 3 on 6 for 4. Hit 3 Raycon 2.500.000. 3 4 fold. All in.
Alright.
Sulla fine si è rimasto di due più pari.
Dicesti, non sei un tavolo insieme.
Mi
Se si
ricordo.
fatta a 3, se ci sono fatte, fatte meglio.
È vero. E alla fine si è rimasti di più pari.
I think I must have missed something, but it seems like we're heads up now. It's just restarting because stream was freezing every 2 minutes, but
Ma quanto ci mettete? No, non so, adesso vediamo. No, bisogna sapere.
Posso lasciare flagato un
long-time chip leader of the final table, placing third for 130k. We are now heads up, and it's a huge chip lead for Carlo. My friend just managed to get fifth in the high roller for 21k. Decent result.
Aspetta, chiedo. Dov'è il floor? Che vado dal floor e glielo dico.
Tanto preparate voi
Mauri, vieni un attimo. Minchia, sarà un zappo difficile, immagino.
Allora,
Vai, portami un po'.
c'è pausa un
Dopo quando
Vai.
tornate ci mette lo stacco.
Sì, vado un attimo da lì. Devo farmi una canna.
non stare siamo Ale comunque. Vedo dirti le punte se questo. Tanto siamo out. È stata bravissima. Per te Regina, a parte il tuo modo di lavorare.
Break.
No, non è scary money, però ha sbagliato.
Ha sbagliato sì, doveva dire.
Ci siamo?
Io so perché.
Alright, we're back.
Flor,
L'ha pagato.
ci siamo?
Io, a differenza sua che gioca a cash, i tornei
Are you ready?
tanti,
Lo sai come va a
tanti.
finire.
Are you
Sono
there?
arrivato a tanti tavoli finali.
Allora, bottom is gonna be on 6-6,
Da
or is gonna be
CT.
small blind. Remember full ante
200 000 mi hai messo.
200 0. Poi ti batto la mancia lo stesso.
Yeah,
sa.
me lo dite, you're
No,
gonna play con the
no,
team.
aspetta. Poi c'è il privato, ci dobbiamo parlare.
Yeah, so small, we're gonna
Se è
bet
quello che
bottom on
immagino io, ti
6-6
dico già che è molto
with
impossibile.
small blind and big blind plus ante, full ante to the very end on
No,
6-3.
serve qualcosa che mi hai lasciato andare.
Alright?
Ok.
No,
Classic 100% anti heads up.
bisogna proprio metterla qua.
Just insane.
Picca, non si può mettere.
La vuoi togliere?
Ah, solamente la
perché
mettiamo
non lo
qua.
vedo. Le foto le abbiamo fatte.
Ma devi
sappiamo
finire
che
cavato.
c'è. Non puoi mettere un tavolino.
Tavolino.
Magari avviciniamo un po' il tavolino? Non lo so.
Cioè, a te non rompe il cazzo avere sta picca in mezzo alla minchia. A me sì.
Questo lì un pochino sì, però.
Cioè, detto proprio per fare. Scusate.
Alla francese.
Sì,
alla
usare un francesismo.
Ecco, guarda lì è anche più bella, è più troneggiante.
Anche perché qua pure che possa anche cadere a un certo punto.
Sì, metti quando lui vincerà il colpo delle zap che batte.
Bene, signore, iniziamo le zappe.
Non lo farò mai. Ma
Carlo.
che lo vinca o no, non lo faremo.
Se vedi con la testa.
Signore, si gioca per questo trofeo 600.000, 1 milione e 2.
Signori, we are ready.
No.
Grande buio
No,
con
no,
le
ma
ante.
col contanto ho capito, ma poi ti spiego perché.
Sì, sì, sì.
No, ti spiego
Vai.
perché io come
Beh, non
dis-
adesso ci sono le telecamere.
No, ma, a me, ma è della legge italiana, ti spiego. Io come disabile è un'assurdità. Ho un'attività, lavoro, guadagno più di 16.000 euro lordi, te lo posso dire. Se un disabile non lavora, prende di più e gli danno una pensione e un accompagnamento. Se guadagni di più, ti tolgono la pensione. E a me me la tolgono tutti gli anni. Se già mi è successo per quello che ho tolto un po' di risultati.
Io ti ricordo che in questo momento le telecamere sono accese.
Quindi,
Ma non me ne frega un
infatti,
cazzo.
a posto.
A me non me ne frega
Hai
proprio
ragione,
niente.
anzi.
Cioè,
Ti faccio un applauso perché
perché l'Italia è
sono
fatta di
rivelazioni non
merda.
facili. Ma hai ragione, sì, perché è così,
Cioè.
perché avendo un lavoro, guadagnando come per loro.
Cioè io
è come se
faccio
tu
più
avessi.
fatica ad andare a
No,
lavorare di un lavoratore normale, guadagno un po' di più, ma mi faccio anche un po' più del culo di quel disabile. E lui prende.
e quindi non hai
Are we sure what we're waiting for?
16.000, allora non hai bisogno della pensione.
certo,
L'accompagnamento non te lo possono dare. Però
sì, il ragionamento folle è quello. Sì, sì.
hai capito per quello.
Quindi si starta, dai Fede, startiamo così almeno.
Sì, sì.
Va bene, 600.000, 1 milione e
Delle
200.000.
telecamere che lo sentono, magari ne parlano
Sicuramente.
anche. Che ne parlino anche in Parlamento, magari. Che se ne rendano.
Alright, guys.
Sarebbe
Let's just play, shall we?
Non è che ho detto una cosa di
No, ma va.
Era giusto per metterti al corrente del
Stasera
Ma io
diamo,
non sono
stasera
un
diamo
coglione,
anche degli
so quando
insegnamenti.
posso dire
No,
certe
ci credo,
cose.
non è questo.
Fede, anche degli insegnamenti si danno questi tavoli. Giusto,
Tu devi-
invece hai fatto bene a sottolineare.
Cioè, a me poi io sono uno.
Vabbè, sarebbe
Poi-
un argomento infinito.
Poi io sono uno. Che te non mi conosci bene, ma un po' mi hai capito. Io sono uno che diciamo le bugie non le dici, ma non perché non mi parte qualche mano che ti dico ho fatto quello e che non era quello.
Perché non sei il tipo, perché non ti riesci.
No, perché con gli anni.
Che dici solo quando bleffi.
No, quando blef, sì. Però con gli anni preferisco dire sempre la verità, così non mi dimentico.
Ace queen on the bottom for Carlo, first hand. Heads up. Certainly not a bad find.
Le cazzate, guarda che poi.
Quindi 60, 120. 2,60. 2 milioni.
Sì, te lo accetto.
Va bene, dai.
2.6 race and 6. Quest'ora del 60 lo accetto. Call. Heads up.
Queen eye flop. Absolute nuts for Carlo. Nothing for Federico. Probably just going to go check that fold.
Check 6.
For some reason, we're checking back.
Check 3. Check.
know what we're doing here. Just giving away tons of equity for free. All the 10-9 flush draws, hands off one pair, etc. All just get to realise for free.
Scusa, ma ce l'hanno anche in zap?
Sì, ma anche sempre.
Anche le zappe?
Da quando lo da quando
No, da sempre.
Sì.
No, da sempre, cavolo. Ci sono tornei anche senza ante o sbaglio.
La devo mettere, però faccio fatica a postare i bui. 1.000.000 e...
No, perché mi ha detto da sempre.
No, per Rico
La parte peggiore è andata.
No, no, da sempre, però gli ho detto.
Sempre.
Da sempre di solito sono stati i zap senza ante per rendere la mano più veloce.
Ma in generale al torneo comunque.
No,
non è
dal
una regola
90%
generale.
diciamo, l'85% di tornei
Non ce l'ha.
non c'è.
Condividiamo.
Io sono di
600 caro per favore.
600?
Sì. E sei prima a parlare.
Lo so.
Ma di aiuto, non si sa per
Almeno
l'orario.
almeno quello, cioè, vabbè, poi non ti dico. Allora, 600, sempre uguale, no?
Sì.
2600.
2.6 raise on 3. Gold 6. Pure misto, così per risparmi meglio.
Scusa, ma non faccio fatica io.
Questo è ringraziamento, grazie ragazzi. Di cuore.
Impegno.
Check 6.
2,6.
2.6 bet on 3.
It's up.
Gold 6.
Quindi adesso devo mettere
12. 1.200.000 e 2.200.000.
io bastimento, speravo ti sbagliassi. Invece mi state attento come una farina.
So duro io,
Mamma mia che durezza.
Non hai il cellulare però là?
No, no, infatti.
Ok.
Non c'è.
Non c'è, vero? Okay.
Assolutamente.
When does it ever not go up or down? Let's see how it works. You got anything left?
Raise 2.6. Raise one in. Pop.
Almost got me out of it.
Com'è che mi hai detto Carlo? 2 o 3 giorni fa?
What happened? He opens button, you jam big blind.
Non potevamo fare meno che...
L'avete detto, no? Qui si gioca a top 3 l'accanto.
Sì, se no, che cazzo vuoi che...
Yeah, obviously all in. What is he doing?
All in call.
E diamo...
Si flippa.
4 di cuori, gioia e
flippa.
gioia e dolori, 4 di cuori. Così per giocare poi nel zap un po' più divertente, mica per altro. Partiamo sopra, o rimaniamo sopra.
È gradita anche un asso, invece così almeno si va.
Col 4 di cuori di fianco. Eh sì, così giochiamo nei zap più equilibrati, vediamo...
Ooh, we're all in. Ace queen against fours.
Vediamo.
If Carlo holds here, this will be tournament over.
Che se c'hai il pacemaker...
Oh, sorry, gets there. You're so clever, don't you? Ooh, that's a flop. Ace high. No heart in the 4-4 hand.
4 di cuori, puoi girare perché tanto lui non ha di cuori. 4 di cuori.
He doesn't mean that. Loose. Nope. Queen. Anything but a 4 on the river. And it is GG. And Carlo Andreni will be the winner. IPO Sanremo for about 320k. I've heard they did a deal, but I haven't had any confirmation of that, so I can't give you the numbers, but he's won chunks. They both won chunks. Let's be real. It's a full house. And that's it. Game over. Carlo is your champion. Shipping this huge field tournament. Runner-up Federico. Yeah, both of them getting a very solid 6 figures there, and that hefty trophy. Figure out how to take that home with him. But thanks for joining. Hope you enjoyed the stream. See you next time.
Devo vedere lui domani mattina quando si sveglia. Bello, giuro. Ti ringrazio per il full finale che è stato scenografico. Figurati.
Che garbato.
Allora, la parte più facile della